After making a dramatic breakaway from campus security, Yummy, I'm back. We're back. Welcome back to RLCS, our 5th regional, 2nd for the Raleigh Major. And there's only 2 of us today. What's going on?
Yeah, look, I feel like I'm the only loyal member of OCE left. You're leaving in the middle of a grand final. CJ refuses to show up on Saturdays anymore because he's too busy playing golf or football or whatever it is that he's doing. So, I don't know. But we're still going to have a great weekend regardless, right?
Yeah, I think we are. I definitely think we are. If the last couple days have told us anything, things definitely not as, I guess, stable maybe as last regional would have told us. And last regional wasn't stable to begin with all the reverse sweeps, still crazy results happening. And yeah, I'm keen to see what's going to happen because being one step closer to that next major, 2 worlds, a couple teams have a very good chance today to make a big statement and possibly catch up to the Chiefs.
Yeah, one of those things you did mention in terms of the upsets happening is that we do have healthy Chiefs running down in the lower bracket now, knocked down by the Westies as they're the ones finding the West. Maybe didn't do themselves proud enough in the last event, but the fact that they take down the Chiefs, if Chiefs do fall down in that lower bracket, it's wide open once again.
Yeah, I mean, they almost went down yesterday for those who watched going to Game 5 against Nukels Pookles, which was a bit of a shocker, so their form is in question. But the opportunity as well for TSM and Power to go straight to the semifinals on the opposite end of the bracket, in theory, of where Wildcard is projected to go, that could mean a top 2 finish, which puts them right back in the major contention.
Another upset we had last night was Shopify Rebellion going out 6-0. Maybe that's why CJ's not here today as well. He's a little bit upset. But we've had some crazy ones over in North America as well. Europe last week went off. And, well, as we head into the weekend, the second weekend of OCE competition, Wildcard well and truly out ahead in the lead, but maybe a team like TSM and Power on the other side of that upper bracket, they're in contention still, and they're well poised to be able to make it into that grand final.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity. So our third game of the day is definitely going to be one to watch out for. Also, a couple new teams that didn't make it in that last one. Scrims World, the Org making their return, kind of taking the spot of the Primes, Petties, Pups. So no Misty this time, I'm sorry to say, Yummy, but we do get the return of Scrims, the return of Cabo.
What's the point? What's the point of playing without Misty? Is it really OCE without Misty? I feel like he's become a mainstay of the region, but so is Cabo. So I guess one replacing the other.
It balances out like that, and I think it still should be a fun one. Again, today, Saturday, maybe not as dramatic as Sunday unless something does crazy happen in the first game, could provide opportunity for that. Healthy Chiefs up first in a must-win match in a lot of ways against Serani.
Yep, they can't afford to lose here or even in the next round, really, if they want to make sure that they make the major. You get the grand final points in the first round. As proven last split, that is not necessarily enough in OCE with such a top flight of teams, 5 teams realistically in the race, or at least on paper in the race. You can't be affording to come outside of the top 4. So they'll be in a really desperate spot to win this first match. Scrims World, up against Retired. That should be a really interesting match to find out who of those 2 teams who we haven't seen too much of make it into the top 6.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this Scrims World lineup and what they're going to bring. I mean, it's a bit of a throwback. Cabo, Hawk, and Creed. That's going to be fun. We'll obviously talk more about that later, but Serani also kind of has elements of a throwback because we didn't see them really last top 8 either. Pagsy, Fades, Finn. They aren't a cakewalk, I feel, for the Chiefs. I think they could definitely challenge them, especially from the form that we saw. So these first 2 matches may be a bit more interesting than one might think. Maybe not for long-term major reasons, but definitely for oceanic sort of where players are at reasons.
And it must be a little disappointing for Fine in the West to have taken down the Chiefs, the number 2 team, yesterday, and then have to go up against Wildcard today. But That is how it is. Them's the breaks, and if you want to be making the major, you have to be able to take down both of the top teams. And speaking of, let's get into this first match, Chiefs versus Serani. Formal, how are you seeing this shake-up?
I mean, I want to come in here, with the heart and say Chiefs, they've got this easy 100%, but covering them yesterday, they looked off. The offense was sluggish, slow. They weren't getting the shots that they needed. They were getting a lot of sort of just brick balls towards net. I think they lost one game against I'm Fine in the West where they put 21 shots on target and only scored 3 of them just because it was just nothing intuitive with what they were doing. So a bit of a shocker, and against a team like Serani with Pagsy and Finn, I mean, all these are mechanical players in their own right. Fades, we've seen have pop-off performances before. If they come out sluggish again, they could be in trouble.
That being said, they came out sluggish last week and still managed to get the reverse sweep. So I'm not too worried about the Chiefs. Everyone's allowed to have a bad day. The unfortunate thing is that they're not allowed to have a bad day once again. And as you said, Serani, on paper, if you went back in 12 months' time, you'd be like, actually, this is going to be a fantastic match. The question for me around Serani is, do they still got it? Is Finn still that dog? Where he like a year ago, people were talking about him being potential top 10 player in the region. Fades, even just last split, looked so incredibly good. It was not necessarily his breakout split, but for me, it was his split that he had the most consistency in finally, and Pagote is called the Pagote for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, so many clutch game 7s I remember from, as you mentioned, 12 months ago, where Pagsy just always seemed to be that guy that teams fell on. I am excited, though, to see Fades. I think that, for a lot of reasons, is the player to watch out. As we mentioned before, last split, I should say, was always up there and looked to be super improved, but maybe not with the best lineup around him. And while, this Serani lineup does have the tenure, I mean, Finn and Pagsy have been to the top in this region before. I don't know if this is the winning formula. We'll obviously see, but it's a bit unfortunate that they get the Chiefs, a team that realistically should be motivated and starting to peak now, because had they had an easier matchup in 7th to 8th, maybe one that would be a bit more expected, Serani would have a better chance for that deeper run.
Yeah, realistically, Chiefs shouldn't even be willing or able to drop in the best of 5 yesterday against Fine in the West. They should be such a consolidated force at this point in time. They are the clear number 2 in the region. So either Fine in the West has done an incredible job, or they have fallen a little bit short. I'm not expecting that today. We looked at last split. We looked at Razier's having, similar to what I said about Fades, his most consistent event so far. He was absolutely fantastic across. And Hunter has been very consistent this year as well. And then it just goes down to Fiber. He can be a match winner on his own, or he can just be a piece of the puzzle. So that'll be the interesting part when it comes to Chiefs. So they're going to just rely on their consistency of Razier's and Hunter, or is Fiber going to be having one of those Fiber days?
It's kind of crazy to think about that Fiber is the one, though, that we're coming into question, because I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you go back to the last one, it was always Hunter who was either on or off, and we didn't know which Hunter we were getting, and now that's kind of shifted to Fiber.
That's because his role was different too. He was the ball chaser, he was the go man, and now he's looking, all the experienced Rocket League player of, the top 4.
Yeah, it's good. It's been a good change for Hunter. And it's one that obviously the Chiefs are going to hope continues, because if they're going to get to their peak form, it's kind of what they need from him. And they need Fiber to be enabled to think a little bit more to make some of the plays that Fiber is able to. But we'll see. We'll see which Chiefs we get. It needs to be a good one. Arguably needs to be the best one a bit later in the regional as well, because again, the winner of this match, I believe, gets the loser of TSM and Power, which is going to be a tough match in its own right. And then after that, you most likely get Wildcard. So on that half of the bracket, not really the half of the bracket where you want to be. It's going to be a long road for the Chiefs if they're going to get back to the final.
There has been a bit of a delay to the start of the match, and I think you guys in chat know who we're all going, and it's been fantastic seeing you. Everyone in chat saying hi. I love that. But who do you guys in chat have? Is Serani even have a chance in this one, or has everybody got the Chiefs?
I mean, Look, I'm leaning on the Chiefs. I'll say. I know you weren't asking me, and I'm not in chat, Yummy, but I feel like you have to be going for the Chiefs. No?
Especially if you say it. I don't know if it is even possible to come true given your prediction record, but I think even when you predict the Chiefs this time, it's still a safe one.
Let's hope so, or maybe let's not.
No,
hope so.
Noah of all players has predicted an outstanding result of Serani 3-0 in a best of 7.
Ooh,
that's I don't know how that's going to work out for you. Maybe the reverse sweep after that.
yeah, exactly. Bring back the reverse sweeps. We did have enough of them last regional, so let's get some more in there. I'd be okay with more of that kind of chaos. I think if we can build our region as a reputation for reverse sweeps, that'd be a good one moving forwards.
I would think if the Chiefs were to lose in this round, despite the fact that they made the grand final in the last one, I would have to say that would be them out of the major. They would need to win the final event realistically, and they haven't been able to do that just yet.
I would go one step further too and almost start being like, okay, that's possibly them out of Worlds as well, because again, with their performance in Birmingham, I think the second OCE team that makes it to the major realistically will only need to win most likely one series at that stage.
Maybe
and they
even
would
not,
take
just
the
because of the
spot.
extra points that this split gets you. So, you know, those few extra points ahead here could be enough. And yeah, the reason I say that as well is if Chiefs go out here, it's likely Power or TSM, who came 3rd, 4th in the last event. They'll make the grand final. They'll have a 2nd and a 3rd, 4th, while Chiefs would have a 2nd and a 7th, 8th. And that's a huge point swing in terms of that. You lose 4 points from 3rd, 4th to 7th, 8th.
Yeah, and in a region with only 2 teams going through and every point being so important. Yeah, Chiefs, it's kind of crazy to think they are in a back against the wall must-win situation against, well, yesterday it was Nookles Pookles, which they almost dropped, went to game 5, and now against Serani. This is not where they envisioned themselves to be. Razier's coming over from EU, living in Australia. Obviously, his goal was to find a team to get him to majors, get him to Worlds. Wouldn't want that to go up in smoke in the 5th regional with still one more to go. There's extra pressure on the Chiefs side that maybe, hey, Serani might not feel, and that could help the Serani team.
Well, we talked about that last week in the top 4. We thought, you know, all this pressure, especially on Razier's shoulders, having moved globally and Rocket League being such a big focus for him in his life, having uprooted his entire home. And that's when he performed his best. So maybe it's the opposite for him, or maybe they haven't had enough pressure in the qualifiers just yet. Maybe they haven't really had the spark lit under them. And, well, now that they're in the true game day and their backs are completely against the wall, now it's their time to go. And, oh my goodness,
Ooh.
we've got a substitution for Serani. Any Serani predictions may even be a little bit more difficult to get through, because now Negative, their sub, is coming in for Pagsy.
I mean, look, Negative is usually a familiar name in top 8s, as is Pagsy, so obviously when
Negative,
you're a sub,
you say that, and you're trying to give some copium here, because Negative gets a lot of top 8s, but he tends to not do so well against those top 3, 4 teams. So that's going to be the real question. But I do think along those lines that if you want any person to sub in that kind of area, it'd be Negative. You know, he feels like he fits into any team.
Yeah, I mean, solid player. Rarely see him make sort of unforced mistakes. Usually more of a quiet defensive player. You don't really see the negative pop-off goals, but all what you need right now against the Chiefs, from what we've seen yesterday, has been consistency, Yami. If you can make the saves, you're looking good. About 10 seconds away, though, from kicking this one off. I'm willing to accept any last-second prediction changes, Yami. If you think Negative is the spark Serani needs, go for it.
He is an RLCS X Major Elite, but it's not going to be enough today, I think. We're going to stick with the Chiefs as the clear favorites in this match. Let's get the first match of Saturday, event number 5, and the road to the Raleigh Major well and truly underway.
Yeah, it is going to be a road potentially paved in tears if the healthy Chiefs can't find it right now. Razier's in the corner, already under a little bit of pressure from Finn. Nothing too much yet. Again, I'm so interested to see what we see from the Chiefs on the attacking side. It was so cookie cutter yesterday, but today it looks better, Yummy. First goal goes to Hunter.
Nice and clean opening as Raziers gets multiple touches. Negative, not quite warmed up, and I didn't notice that before, but Fades was in good position to save it. Unfortunately for him, Raziers landed directly on top of him.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, a bit unfortunate, but still early days. The Chiefs, though, hoping that's the tone they're going to set on this one. Negative, though, with the chance to the backboard. Centering touch, shot down, not on target, not power, just not what they needed.
Hope you guys all appreciate it at home. Fortress Global, the goats of OCE, the ones running this production, have managed to get all the RLCS assets. We've got the overlays, we've got the entire production ready for you guys, and we're of course on the Rocket League OCE channel for the entire split. As the second goal goes in, we are also streaming to the Fortress Global channel if you want to give them a little support at the same time. But yeah, we'll be here all split. We're back home, and Chiefs looking to make their home at the major.
I mean, if you're reading chat right now, they're saying Jaden's doing all the production work and just stealing all the credit away from Fortress. Don't know what to make of that.
We established in the pre-stream chat that he does not do anything here.
No.
He just takes his paycheck and goes home. All the credit goes to our lovely producer, Chris. Probably does everything as well as all the other fantastic people over there at Fortress. And we did make some jokes earlier about it, us just being me informal. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will have Morgie coming in later on as well, as usual on Saturdays.
Yeah, so we have a full team eventually. She just wanted to watch CJ's rugby game, I believe. Demo sets up Fades. Not going to get the goal. Finn, it says going to play it down into the corner. Hunter allows to play up the sideline. Couldn't quite get a wave dash that they wanted. Fades brings it back, and for a team that's down 2-0, I am noticing how far forward Serani is playing. It might come back to haunt them here. They do fall back in time for the save.
It certainly felt like it's been a bit of a process with negative subbing in last second, no scrim time, no warm-up time there, just to really get those rotations down pat. Now that they're starting to figure each other out defensively, they've had a bit more confidence to move forward. You've just got to fake out that one, make sure that Raziers is caught a little off guard, and there is a chance here if Finn can get a demo or a bump. No, it's going to go around the corner. Negative trying to keep it pinned in. Not enough, but he's still getting very much involved, Negative. He's not afraid to go for it.
And that's good to see as well, because we already know Fades, when is playing with confidence, will be going for it. Finn, we've seen great stuff from them, and well, the Delphi Chiefs, they're definitely going for it. 2 players forward. No one able to really corral the ball. Got a little bit too sloppy on top of the backboard. Hunter buys a bit of time, hoping for somebody to come from the middle. Raziers will play corner as well. Ball falls into Negative's lap. Nice little flick over to Fades, and what can he do? Get demoed.
Yeah, well, he was in a perfect position except for the fact that he had Raziers sitting right behind him from the very beginning. As it may have been the first one on the board for Serani, but they have put in a much better showing in this last few minutes. They're going to be a little bit sad with themselves that they let those first couple of goals in, but not much you can do about that. Start thinking about this maybe as that warm-up game to get Negative in, and also wonder if they're still maybe expecting Paxi to show up. What a flip reset from Raziers, finding that lateral angle past the last defender.
Yeah, that was just so clean right there. A little bit of the reason why Raziers has kind of come back, I feel, a bit more to prominence during this second split was plays like that during the 4th regional. The Chiefs are going to keep moving on. They're going to need plays like that both today and tomorrow.
I just love how he didn't telegraph as well what he was doing. He kept his car upright, made it look like he's going to try and just catch up with it, maybe go for the double tap against the backboard or just a carry, any kind of simple touch. And it's only when he's just approaching the ball that he flips over to show that he's going for that flip reset. Just makes it a little bit more effective, and that's often all you need in Rocket League.
Yeah, just to get your opponent to overcommit or hesitate for one moment too long. Fades now. Wants to stay on the play. Raziers just positions himself well. Gets it up to Fiber, who is going to look for the double. Down, not in. Good save from Negative. Raziers can't find the follow-up. So no 4th goal for the healthy Chiefs yet, Yummy, but I don't think they'll need it.
surprised that Fiber had that angle. It was pretty impressive. The defense managing to hold on just for this moment, but they do find themselves 3 goals down. Maybe a chance here for Finn, but I'll tell you what, Formal, 12 months ago, Finn scores that.
Ooh. So just yeah, I mean, that was back during some of those crazy runs that we've seen. I'd even go back and say, 24 months ago, Finn probably was hitting that as well. Finn, long career in OCE, but hasn't really found that same team since the Minions days, unfortunately. And game number 1, Serani, not quite where it's needed to be. It's going to be Healthy Chiefs off to a very fine first step on their weekend campaign as they take game 1.
Exactly what they wanted after such a, let's say, difficult day yesterday with 2 Game 5s, including a loss in the group stage in the double elimination. Looks like Negative is dropping out, and that means I'm expecting that we will see Pago back, which, is a good sign for them, but I felt like this first game, they were just trying to figure things out. They were warming up with Negative, and he even top scored for their team. And now they're going to have to do that all over again now that we see the availability of Pagsy.
Yeah, so now I have to wonder, Negative comes in probably called in last second, and warms up. And then you bring in another cold player in Pagsy to kind of start getting to go. This might sound crazy, Yummy, but do you not wait till maybe, game 2, use the timeout buff to make the swap, get Pagsy on some training packs or in practice mode to get warm during those first couple games?
Well, to be fair, we don't actually know why Pagsy
True.
wasn't available for the first game. Maybe he had just a brief internet outage or something like that. But you're kind of doomed to make the decision if you end up losing the first 2 games with Negative and waiting all that time, and you still have to do some kind of warm up, because warming up is not just about individual mechanics. It's about rotations in a team. It's about how you feel as a trio. Then you might have essentially dropped 3 games for the sake of nothing. It's just better to get it done now. It's just realistically a little unfortunate for them.
I mean, I still think there could have been merit into using the timeout in that situation, but it doesn't look like Serani has elected to, so we are going to be going into game number 2. A 1-game lead for the Healthy Chiefs, and off the kickoff, they're looking for a 1-goal lead as well. Nobody on the play, Fades given space to come back, reset to the backboard. Finn can't get the follow-up they were looking for.
That from Fades, not enough yet to beat this tough Chiefs defense. Fades once again getting involved, but this time at the defensive end, as Razier's trying to keep control of the ball and just give it possession-wise over to the Chiefs. Fiber can't catch up with that pass. A little too much spice from Hunter.
A little too much, and now Fades fakes the musty, gets underneath through the corner. Fades still kind of staying on the play, actually. Pagsy tries to help them out, goes for the bump. Finn puts it to the side, now dropping it back down. I'm seeing 3 Chiefs players close to the ball. One is Hunter with boost, gets a pinch to the middle of the field, stays behind the play, and this is looking better and better for the Chiefs. Raziers pops it up, Fiber full boost, waiting for a chance. Might be pushing forward now, is pushing forward now, but doesn't get the 50.
In the play, looking good for the Chiefs, but in this game so far, looking quite good for Serani. They look, just much more comfortable having played with their core roster. And, well, that one's in. I should never speak again. Fiber finds top corner. Raziers has been willing to go lateral, and he manages to get that off the wall perfectly to Fiber.
Yeah, we've seen, both these teams attempting that pass a little bit before. First one that really had the depth back towards the midfield that really prompted Fiber to feel confident enough to commit. First real strike we've seen from Fiber, even going back to the first game, actually, and he hits his mark, so hoping to see Fiber get more involved throughout this weekend for sure. That's a good start.
He is always looking impressive, especially his willingness to play the ball a lot more sideways, which, especially on game day with nerves, it can be very difficult to do. That should be another one, as Hunter this time set up by Raziers. And Chiefs, well, took them a bit of time to get off the mark, but now the goals are flowing.
Yeah, 2 swings, 2 misses. I believe that was both Finn and Fades. Had to play with the ball along the wall and just couldn't find the right angle. Well done to Raziers to get it around both defenders. Hunter finishes off the play. Kickoff, well, looked good for a brief moment. Can't find too much after the initial touches. Already 2 goals down, though, less than 2 minutes into this one, Yummy. The Chiefs, I mean, they haven't given up a goal yet either. They just look maybe a little less in control than in game number 1, but still, they haven't really started to sweat yet.
It's been very interesting to see their passing plays because it's been about 2 or 3 times now where Chiefs have gone for a really nice low pass to each other and just put way too much power on so their own teammate can't catch up to the ball. It's usually a sign that they want to play a fast game, and they've slowed it down here. Raziers has now been involved in all 3 goals, over the top of 1, Fade's beaten, and there's Pagsy for the 3rd.
And just stopping that ball on that angle for the finishing touch. Raziers looking very, very strong today. The second game in particular showing off why he has been brought to OCE, why he has been such a big asset for the Chiefs. And this is a good showing from them. Second touch from Raziers isn't found, so Finn will get a bit of a clear 3-goal lead. Chiefs looked like they were trying to have a bit too much fun with that last attack, and that's why it didn't go in.
I'm disappointed in Raziers. You know, he'd been so immaculate this game. He could have had a perfect game until he missed what was obviously a very difficult double tap, but I'd started to build some very high expectations of this young lad, not just from today, but from last event, as that one goes dinging off the post. And unfortunately, still left goalless here, Serani.
Yeah, it looked like Pagsy had a real chance. 2 minutes remaining in this game. Serani needs to get something cooking. Unfortunately, ball going the wrong way for them. Finn's trying to pass back to Pagsy, who has no boost, so Hunter presses forward in their wake. Here comes a chance. It's Raziers down. Good save by Finn, but it does draw 2 defenders out of the goal. Midfield challenge needs to go in favor of Serani, and does. 100 seconds left. Finally on the attack. Maybe something stable here.
Now, how are you feeling about all your cope about how Serani are going to hold up and maybe cause the upset here?
I mean, look, I feel it is your job to try to come up for arguments for every situation, and the situation for Serani's upset is...
I don't know if that is our job. I thought our job was to analyze, but fair enough.
Well, it's not looking good, Yummy. I think that's the best way of putting it. It's not looking good, whichever way you want to slice it right now, and realistically, it's been the result of Raziers and just seeing shots from the Chiefs hitting their goal again. Case in point, Raziers finds another. It is now a 4-0 lead.
Good teamwork as well with the follow-up here from Fiber. Lands there, doesn't really rush out so that he can get the bump on the way through. Raziers involved in all 4 goals. And you said that your main worry was the Chiefs had such a bad day yesterday. Doesn't look like that may be the case today.
And I think you may have been onto something where maybe that wake-up call was what the Chiefs needed to kind of activate to that next level, put the pressure on them, give them must-win situations, maybe make some diamonds out of glass. Hunter gets a 5th.
Hunter gets it. Raziers not involved as the assister in this one, so there's Hunter and Fiber. Fiber with a good setup. 5-0 now, and still no goals for Serani. Very difficult signs, but as we said, they've almost had to warm up twice.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward. Fades, though, it's going to break the scoreless curse. Finally gets a good shot. Nice little bouncer into the left side. So despite multiple defenders there, Fiber just couldn't react fast enough to the placement of that one.
Yeah, brilliant pass from Hunter as well. And finally on the board, maybe there's a chance. 40 seconds, 4 goals. I'm just trying to do what you were saying.
There's a chance in
earlier.
game 3. There's a chance in game 3.
What, a chance at 2 goals?
I like seeing Fades get that, though, because I think we both kind of hinted it at the start. Fades has been in good form so far in the year 2025. Maybe took a little while to get more involved in this one, but that's what you want to see from Fades, finding those goals against teams like the Chiefs. Hunter, maybe a little bit of the assist still, with 13 seconds remaining. It would be nice for Serani to get a second. Fades with a chance here, drops it down. A little bit too tough, though, to find that angle with the ball as elevated as it was.
I just don't think I've heard enough of you talking about Pagote yet in this game, and that's disappointing me, Formal. I thought you were a big fan.
I mean, Pagsy needs to get more involved in the game for me to talk about him. Here comes Finn, though. Reset to get the buzzer beater. Beautiful dribble, coast to coast. It's not going to change the result, but it looks pretty nonetheless.
2024 Finn comes back, and I thought he had the flip reset with the first one. He had to go round 2 and still catch up to that ball. Manages to do it. You don't see that too often in Rocket League.
That was a very good. I am hearing some slander right now in chat, by the way. I'll have you know, I enjoy my iced coffee. Thank you very much. All right. So I will nod and drink the cold coffee. Not to get one guide here. A healthy Chiefs, though. Yeah. Strong showing right now, up 5-2.
Guys, he doesn't just nod and smile. He also makes terrible predictions.
Exactly.
We have him here for a reason. He probably gets the big bucks. I actually don't know, but he gets the big bucks to make terrible predictions, and that's all you need to know. And we also need to know that Serani finally getting some goals on the board. Maybe that's the right sign for them in game number 3. I'm assuming no timeout. Okay. I was expecting the timeout. They haven't called it. We're just going to go straight into the next game.
I mean, I thought the timeout should have come after game number 1 when, you're doing your sub, but instead, all right, wait till your back is fully against the wall, or maybe, hey, they scored the last 2 goals in that last one, Yummy. Maybe they think momentum's on their side and they can push it forward here into game 3.
Well, the way that Finn set up that final goal, a little bit of 2024 Finn. As you said, normally we see a lot more from Pagoat. He's not there, so maybe he'll step up. Fades I've been pretty comfortable with, but they just need to come together as a unit. We'll see if that's possible, especially how well Chiefs are playing. It's going to be a tough task, but we go into game 3 and a must-win situation for Serani. Which is why it's surprising they didn't call the timeout.
I mean,
here we go.
One thing that I wanted to see was that connect, because now you've got your warm-up game in. The first 2 games, it really has felt like Serani's been playing the solo game. Another shot goes wide. I'm hoping Serani can get more passes and start to connect more as a team and be a bit less solo, even though, okay, arguably that's how they got their second with Finn still. It's something that the Chiefs have had over Serani so far, has been the connections, has been the passes, and Serani, I feel like, has to match that.
I talk about it all the time. It's got to be a mix-up. You got to have a varied array of attack, or you become too predictable. As Pagsy goes flying past the ball for a second time this game. Maybe he still just needs a little bit more time to warm up after he missed the first run.
Oh, look, winter is coming, Yummy. That's all I'm going to say. You don't have much more time to get warm and toasty.
You're fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. But is Pagsy? I don't know where he is. He could be in Tasmania for all I know. Maybe there's 4 relevant people there. Raziers can't get that goal.
Okay, I know CJ is probably one of those. Who are the other relevant people? Because you better not be referring to Jaden.
I was referring to Jaden. And the next one's probably even worse. I was also referring to Timmy.
Oh, God. Oh, goodness. Oh, at least they're stuck down there in Tasmania. Leave us nicely alone up here. Extra alone from CJ again. He refused to show up today to go play his football match. How do you... We're here for 5 hours, and CJ... Footy doesn't last that long.
Oh, it's a big game. Maybe it's like multiple games, marathon. It could be. I'm not too sure. Could also be lying to us, Yummy. There is that dark possibility.
Yeah. He's never skipped a Shopify Rebellion broadcast, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, and they don't even win. Fiber puts a goal in front of the net, 1-0 lead for the healthy Chiefs.
Hey, CJ's never worried too much about winning, as he's proven to us for a very long time now. So don't worry about that. But Fiber again on the board. The first one set up by Raziers again. It's starting to become a similar recipe, but it took 2 minutes this time for them to get going.
Yeah, 2 quicker minutes than maybe the last games would suggest because of all of the replays. But now with the Chiefs up by 1, some of that momentum that maybe Serani could have found before starting to fade. I feel for a lot of reasons it's essential they get some attacking pressure, that they get a goal on the board. Flipping the map is a good start. Finn, though, overcommits for the boost, gives up possession. Here come the Chiefs. Fades has to go backwards, and Fiber is there. Backboard. Where is Raziers? Not in position to finish.
They're looking for those boost rotations to steal it away out of the defense. Chiefs looking great as a team. Double demo from Raziers. It's wide open. Hunter with the second. Raziers taking out the entire enemy team.
Even when not getting assists, Raziers just making the impact known, clearing the pathway for Hunter to walk the dog all the way through the park. 2-0 lead, and we are again looking at another game similar to our first 2, where unfortunately Serani, they just don't have the same pace, I feel, the same the same frequency that the Chiefs are finding these shots, these opportunities. They're not coming Serani's way, and you can't capitalize on what you can't make as Raziers finds Fiber and gets a third.
Fiber got bumped back into this one. He was just driving across the net, maybe looking for an extra bump on his way through. And as Pagsy comes back, he's bumped towards that ball to finish it off. A 3-goal lead. It's looking way too comfortable. It makes me really, again, start questioning why they didn't call that timeout.
Questioning why they didn't call the timeout for the Chiefs and their fans. I mean, they must be breathing a sigh of relief right now, thinking, okay, yesterday was a bad day. We still have that edge, and we can win these games we're supposed to. Pagsy, if they want to get a spark of life in Serani, this could be the start. Just trying to find Faze in the corner, but Hunter, proactive, already there, shuts down the play, takes it all the way to the opposite side, and again, Serani in a position where they're going to have to work to get another shooting chance.
Yeah, one's wide open. Fiber tried to get down to it just to re-angle that one back into the net, but you're seeing so many of these plays that Chiefs are just faster. Into the air, they're up to the ball first. Look at this Fiber. Will reach it before Finn even has a chance to get to it. They'll continue on with the attack, and it's going to be clears like that. It may even go all the way into the net. Well. A little bit too pushed up this time.
That's the second goal Finn has gotten, starting from his own backboard, essentially, although this time no dribble, just a lobber. A little bit awkward for the Chiefs. Still a 2-goal lead, so no reason for the healthy Chiefs to panic just yet. However, if you're Serani and you're in a position to take any goals you can get, the kickoff strats don't really work. Hunter wins the 50, and Raziers could have just put it in the open net, Yummy.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but 3-1, still a fantastic lead. And I got a question for you, Formal. Assuming that we don't see the comeback here from Serani, do you think they will call the timeout when they're 3 games down and need a reverse swing?
I feel like you have to.
Well, you're meant to.
I feel like I did notice on the roster, no coach for Serani, though, so maybe they're thinking no coach, no need to call timeout. Everyone's too focused on the game. I don't think they will.
It was a big advantage last week. Oh my goodness, that one almost going in. Finn manages to make the save, but it's a big advantage last week, I felt like, for the Chiefs, and in particular LBP, enacting multiple comebacks for this roster, showing that they're never really truly out and making good choices on when to call that timeout. So maybe just a little piece of the puzzle missing here for Serani, that they could maybe find a coach before the next event. But at the moment, they find themselves 3 games down, and Chiefs fighting back after a tough day 1.
Yeah, this is, again, exactly what you would be hoping for if you had been watching and cheering on the Chiefs yesterday, just to see more of that dynamic attack. Hunter actually putting the ball in the net, Raziers being impactful, and even Fiber now in Game 3 gets a couple goals to their name. Granted, both of them were off some pretty slick passes out of Raziers to get it to them. Chiefs in a good position. Serani now. I'm not seeing a timeout called, Yummy. It looks like we're running straight into the next game.
Yep, and I kind of maybe saw that coming. They just felt like they would have had to call it after the previous game, and so the fact that they didn't do that made me think they've almost forgot about it. I think a lot of people do here on day 1. As soon as it goes to best of 7s, there is a timeout available for every single match. And I will say, when it comes to Serani, we did see, Finn start to step up a little bit more, because I did call him out in that first game that maybe mechanically he wasn't looking as sharp as he used to. He's starting to find that confidence once again.
100% shot percentage.
Going to really need to figure out themselves as a team.
But he was 1 for 1. 1 shot, 1 goal, 100%. Only shot from Serani last game as well.
Yeah, that's a problem.
that's a big red flag, as some might say.
Twitch chat called the timeout. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. They were already in the game. You got to call it out before the next map starts, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe they need to get Twitch chat in as the official coach. That would actually be funny if it was just all of Twitch chat gets to call out when their timeout. They get to do a poll on their timeout.
Do they also get to call as Fiber gets the first goal to put it in, 1-0 lead? Would Twitch chat get to call if they get to sub negative back in as well?
I think that would be a good shout. And also Twitch chat would also get to send one message between every game to the team to tell them what to fix. We already get plenty of coaching from Twitch chat anyway, but they actually get to feed it to the players if they choose them as coach.
That would be... I think after this performance, though, if Twitch chat's going to get a team, I'm not sure they're jumping up and down to take over Serani. We'll see Hunter to the backboard. Can't quite get that double. Pagsy will push it to safety.
Yeah, it's not a great start for Twitch chat's champion team. Soon to be coached by them, but there is an opening right here. Pagsy just needs to find the angle. He goes for the bump instead, but it wasn't on target. Just maybe a miscommunication there. Something that a coach could have fixed.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch chat, if only you were in their comms telling them next time, ball goes in goal. As we get the clear back to the other side, Healthy Chiefs actually start to rotate back. A late challenge by Raziers does enough to get Serani off the ball momentarily. Shot from Pagsy is a bit of a lobber. Doesn't even get registered as one.
Yeah,
as
surprising.
the Chiefs continue to play solid Rocket League.
Well, I thought that was going to be their second shot and they'd have had double the shots of their last game in the first minute, but alas, haven't been able to do that just yet. And maybe a chance for Raziers. Now it's going to go Fiber's way. Can he get this follow-up? He goes to the bump instead. Pagsy sees it coming. Hunter puts a little bit more pressure on. And you can see one person on the ball go for a play. You can't count them out with their mechanics that they're not going to be able to follow it up as well.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see that real solo opportunity though for Serani with a player with boosts. Unfortunately, a lot of the challenges, a lot of the touches, they're coming with mostly empty circles. This Finn, again, he gets the touch, burns it all, and can't find the follow-up. Hunter's there.
Yeah, his momentum was facing himself down, so he couldn't get enough boost to get back up to the ball for that double touch. Otherwise, there was a good chance of a goal. Hunter, I thought he disconnected for a second there, but he was just playing patiently.
Yeah, I mean, reads the situation, knows where
And
he's
it works.
going. Fiber is the one who bears the fruit at the end of that challenge. Raziers again with the pass down, but a strong strike from midfield gives the Chiefs their 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, sometimes putting down the controller is the best play, especially if it comes to players like you and me. Whenever we do touch it, something bad happens. So Hunter in that case, lovely patience. Second goal for the Chiefs. And, with the domination they've shown so far, we're looking like we had last week in day number 2. It looks like we may be starting off the day with a 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty solid performance right now from the Healthy Chiefs. One that shouldn't be too surprising, although that shot not going in might be a little frustrating. 2-goal cushion, still a lot. Fades, just doesn't get the beat.
Here.
Now here comes Hunter, back the other way, doesn't put it in.
You just need to get that one on target, it feels like, as Hunter keeps this one in the mix. A double demo from Finn. Can they capitalize? As the spawns are going to take some time. I'm not sure about that one from Pagsy. His teammate underneath him had boost. And it's been turned completely around with another attacking opportunity straight into Chiefs' hands.
Yeah, and they're going to slow it down. Fiber 1 reset into the dribble. Wanted the second. Finn's going to deny. As another 50 just seems to fall right into the hands of the Chiefs. Here comes Fades, though, from above. That should go in. Back within 1. Serani's not done yet.
We've joked about it being winnable with the comebacks before. This one much more so. Brilliant stuff from Fades. He pre-jumped. He read them like a book. And he gets rewarded for his risk-taking effort. It was actually only their second shot of the game to the 8 shots from Healthy Chiefs, but they need a lot of shots. They just need to be on target, especially if the Chiefs are willing to commit hard to that midfield play.
Hey, they've hit 2 of their last 3 shots. That's a winning percentage if you take time out of the equation. Here comes Magsy around the corner. Not going to take the shot he knows he can't make. Gets the demo instead. Raziers takes it back to the orange side. Fades. Hags Pagsy across, tries to get it to them despite the bump from Hunter. They do connect. Finn doesn't bump Raziers, and, Raziers just takes the ball away.
I was thinking the same thing. Finn's right next to Raziers. There's a one-on-one situation. He went for the passing play opportunity instead of just kind of completely opening up the net. That was maybe too much chivalry, I'd say, from Finn. He's not really known for his bumping play.
No, he's not, although we're seeing a bumping attempt from Fades right there. It's not going to go in their favor. I just feel like, especially against Raziers, who has been, in my eyes at least, the MVP of this series, take him out. It's going to be your best chance now with 30 seconds remaining. Serani, they've got one, maybe two more shots left in them, although at this rate, I'm not even sure they'll get that. Here we go. Finn denied again by Raziers.
Yeah, just wanted to try and force that goal maybe a little too hard. Just try and... If it looked like Finn was just trying to threaten Raziers off from the ball, Raziers did not take the bait. He saw the 0 boost, or he knew there was 0 boost. And that should be it. Chiefs go 2 goals in the lead in this game 4. And they've even got the control off the kickoff.
You know, Twitch chat right now saying Coach Diff. Twitch chat, you are the coach. This was your team. You can't be saying Coach Diff. It's on you. 8 seconds remaining.
They didn't warm up. They didn't get the warm up. They only became coach in game 4. You can't blame Twitch chat like that, Formal.
I can and I will. It's gonna be the Chiefs though, getting the win 3-1.
Brilliant start to the day and the weekend for the Chiefs. As we said, they had a really rough time in the group stage. 2 game 5s, a loss at that got them down here in the lower bracket. But they've avoided that terrible 7th, 8th place for now. They keep their chances alive and will continue running through this bracket formal.
Yeah, but the problem that they are going to face tomorrow in what probably is, I think, the first game looking at it, they're either getting TSM or Power, Yubby. Their road to get back to the top 4 is difficult, and let alone top 2.
It is, but it's going to be difficult for anyone. Realistically, that's just how it is in OCE at the moment with 5-6 good teams. Most notably, though, it's a double-edged sword. Sure, it's a tough position. If they lose, then they're losing to a team that's going to potentially leapfrog them in the standings for the major. But if they win, they're going to just basically eliminate that team from contention of the major whatsoever, and it'll make the rest of their split easier.
It's more reason, though, why I feel like this Power TSM game, which we're not getting for a little bit. This is going to be game 3. We have another game before them. But that Power TSM game, like, if you haven't circled it down and gotten ready for that one, it's going to be big. But you know what else is going to be a fun game? Scrims World versus Retired. I think that has the same punch.
I think it'll be a close matchup. That's going to be our next match as well. So one of these two teams is going to be going into the top 6. Cobo could be heading back to the top 6 after a while.
Yeah, that could be fun. Hawk as well. So you're definitely going to want to see that. Plus, we have another caster coming in. You don't have to listen to the two of us all day. So that right there should be reason to stay. We'll be back with our second game of the afternoon.
That's right. The day is saved. Morgie is here. What? Why were you late, Morgie?
No, definitely not because of work. Yummy.
This is work. What are you talking about?
Both.
Why do we have two commentators who prioritize footy over Rocket League? Come on.
Too important in my team as a video editor. Couldn't get somebody to cover me, but I'm here nonetheless for series 2, 3, and 4.
That's good.
I think you've come at a good time. Yeah, good time. That first series, look, great if you're a Chiefs fan. Otherwise, a bit of a quickie. Hopefully, moving forward though, Morgie. I mean, now that you're here, we get banger games, right? You're bringing the game 7s.
Oh yeah, absolutely jinxing everything. We're getting OTs, we're getting game 7s. Pretty sure the first cast I ever did, it turned out exactly that way. Every game went full length, game 7, OT. I'd expect nothing less tonight.
Yeah, it's telling that it only took 4 games for Twitch chat to get sick of me and formal, but you guys get saved. Maybe we even get a Morgie solo cast.
Ooh.
No! Don't throw me under the bus with that.
I think that's a good idea. You know, Twitch chat. Do you want a bit of Morgie solo cast? I think a little bit of thumbs up, a 1 in chat if you want a Morgie solo cast, and it might just happen. But we're gonna have to go to round number 2 in the lower bracket here, as formal said. Scrims World versus Retired. It should be a pretty close matchup, Morgie.
I do think this one will be a close matchup. I do think that we could go the full length here potentially. In particular, I think the thing to note is Retired took down Prime Petty's Pups, who were in our top 8, I was going to say last week, technically 2 weeks ago. I would put Prime Petty's Pups in a similar boat to Scrims World at the moment. I think they have similar strengths and weaknesses. I do think Scrims World may have the slight edge here, but I think that's interesting, and I think that's what will make a really good series.
Okay, so then my question then for you, not to poke too many holes, but why is Retired not at that same caliber as well? If they've already beaten the Pretty Pups, Scrims World on par with them according to you, shouldn't Retired then win this series?
That's what I mean. It's tricky. I think they're in a similar, well, comparing Scrims World to Prime Petty's Pups, I think they're in a similar ballpark. I would, if those two were to match up, I would give Scrims World the edge there. So I think that's why I'm considering this to go full length, but I still think Scrims World just have a little bit more consistency. Retired, obviously coming in with Crazy instead of Inspire. Jimmo and Macho have been playing together for a while though, but you'll see there's been a slight roster change here. Not to say that Scrims World hasn't had their own roster changes recently, but my gut's just telling me that Scrims World have that slight edge and consistency here.
It is a game full of retired players as well. We've got Walkover on Scrims World, who is retired. I don't believe Creed or Cobbo have ever retired. Cobbo will never retire. No. I can guarantee you that. I can't see a day where he stops playing Rocket League. Which is part of the reason we love him here down under. His passion for the game is brilliant. We've also got a little decision. You are doing a solo cast, and Formal is going to shout out random comments from Twitch chat, as it's going to be a solo cast with Twitch chat. So we love that for you.
Now that it has decided, I'm ready to start whenever you are, as we see our predictions coming in. We're all in agreement with Scrims World, by the way. I feel like that's doing Retired a little bit of a disservice after, you know, how close they were beating Prime's Petty Pups to say they'll come up short. Morgie, I mean, if we are going to see Retired, who do you have? Who steps up for Retired? Because you're the one who's saying that they can beat them.
Oh, that's tricky. I only, given the roster change, I want to see Crazy step up because he is that new addition to this roster. Jimmo and Macho have been together for a while, quite the dynamic duo on field. Crazy coming into this roster with these two. I don't know if Crazy's played with them before off the top of my head, but I would expect that dynamic to change because of his presence on the team. And I guess hopefully he would be making a difference here for them.
I'm actually kind of keen to watch. Well, there's a couple players I'm keen to watch. The one is Hawk. Anytime Hawk is on the field, I'm always curious which Hawk we're going to get. The other one is the player who just took the shot right there, Jimmo. I feel like Jimmo has just been appearing more and more, getting deeper and deeper, better results. And in the past, when I looked at this lineup, my eyes always went to Matro or Inspire with the form that they've been at. But Jimmo has been kind of an unsung hero. Cabo, though, takes the spotlight for the first goal.
I definitely agree. The old roster was named after him for a reason when we had Jim 2 weeks ago, but off to an early start, we have Scrims World. Great little hustle there from Cobbo coming in and smothering that ball, popping it into net. Only 30 seconds in, and they do have the head start here.
Yeah, it was a fast goal, but a strong one nonetheless, and exactly where you needed to start. Twitch chat, no, look, you have your team. You can't cut your team just because of one bad result. So someone else, a retired coach, probably has to coach the retired team. That's how I see it. Hawk. This is out on the 50. Ball's going to go to the opposite side. Matro can't get the read, but does get the bump. Creed through the corner and slowly starts to bring it back up the other way.
I would love to see the numbers on exactly how many players in our top 8 or even maybe top 16 have posted on Twitter at some point that they're retiring and they're out of the RLCS game. I think that it would be a decent number of players at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a running joke in OCE to see a player retire and then watch them get their best result they've ever gotten in the next regional that they play in. More reason why a team like Retired could find that spot, as we are going to see the ball bounce back over to Creed, up to Cabo. Passing plays coming through, and I like seeing that from this Scrims team because I think they were pretty upset with themselves last regional when they didn't even make the top 8. You said it yourself, this lineup probably should be. They're on the same tier as teams that made top 6, and this is a regional to right some wrongs.
Yeah, definitely. I think again, without it having it right, oh no, unfortunate is there. Without having it right in front of me at the moment, I don't think they had the easiest run either, to give them a little bit of credit there. So hopefully they've had a little bit more luck this time. But, you know, any loss like that, any kind of expectations that have gone a little under what they would have thought, you know, it just brings a little bit more fire into the team, I think. You've got a point to prove after a difficult regional last open. So, yeah, kind of hoping that we can come back a little bit harder here.
Yeah, as we continue, I mean, look, he apparently, you know, we're seeing some defensive foibles, purposely missing it to keep it close, some might say. Hawk, a lob shot towards the net. Not going to go in. Cabo underneath. Still only playing the backboard, not putting it through.
Lob from Crazy to go downfield as well there, but Creed gets the read on that. Jimmo being challenged by Hawk, who does manage to get it out to that corner. Little bit of time and space for Creed. No boost in the tank. Gets the pass across to Cabo. That's a bang. That's a snipe into net, and Scrims World now up by 2.
Dude, going back to the Gremlins days, those were the shots Cabo was always so good at. 127. Actually, I'm going to go back even further. Back when they played for Bliss, those were the shots Cabo would hit. Great stuff right there from the longtime vet. 2-0 lead for Scrims World.
Going way back, that's for sure. Creed now looking to take it downfield again. A demo on Hawk takes one offensive player out of play here. Another demo on the backboard against Jimmo. Maybe an open net here for Cobbo. Can't quite get the double. Well, tries to center it, but Crazy does get it out.
Hawk wants to try to get it across. Jimmo able to get underneath it though and runs a little bit of disruption. Creed popping it back across Matro. First touch was good. Second touch a little bit, a little wonkier, but they stay on the play. Now a real chance back down to Crazy. That's the pass play that the Retired home was looking for. Retired makes it 1-2.
Closing that gap just a little bit here. Only one goal in this game now. 1:25 left on the clock. Plenty of time for something to happen. Good to see a little more pressure coming out of Retired offensively here. And Scrims World hold their lead though.
Yeah, they're holding on, but I mean, Crazy has a chance, not able to completely turn that around, so Matro will step forward. Doesn't get the beat on Creed. Jimmo with a real shot. Goes straight to Hawk, who starts to bring it back to the other side. 1 minute remaining. Retired. They've been creating more and more opportunities for themselves, Smorgy, as this game has progressed. I feel like even if they don't find this next goal, momentum might be shifting their way, but Matro still nearly gets it off the backboard.
That was almost an insane angle and an insane equalizer, but nonetheless, we still have Scrims World in the lead here, although they are on the attack. Creed going off the roof, looking for that centered ball again, but a demo and Hawk takes one player out of the mix here. Cobbo tries to get it centered as well, but good defensive pressure coming out of Jimmo, and Crazy with the centered ball, but Cobbo does intercept it. Again, just a little bit of back and forth going on at the moment.
It is, but the back and forth isn't going past midfield. I mean, it's been a great job from Scrims World keeping it on the attacking half and just eating the clock more and more. Matro up to challenge, no boost, can only do so much, kind of leaves it in Jimmo's waiting hands, but even Jimmo struggles to get it around Cabo. This has just been a minute of pure Scrims domination. Really unfortunate for Retired. They've got one last chance for the buzzer beater. It's actually on target, but a little bit short, and Scrims World takes game one.
Definitely a good performance out of Scrims World here, and it seems like they're almost trying to frustrate Retired a little bit, kind of like you said, keeping that ball away from their half. That back and forth was stuck in the midfield for almost a minute there, I would say. Retired obviously just put onto their back foot in that net, unable to get it far enough out to create any opportunities for themselves. But Scrims World, only a goal in this one for, but it was definitely looking more dominant from them.
Yeah, a 1 goal difference, and even when you look at the shot count, actually it's pretty close as well. In fact, it was even, but the important thing is I feel like that last minute, Retired couldn't get the ball out of their own half. They were really struggling on that side of the pitch to create their opportunities. One thing that I did notice when Retired was playing at their best, Matro was never on the back half of the pitch. Matro was like always so far forward, either looking for awkward touches, finding bumps, being a bit disruptive. I want to see if that continues, especially if they stay behind in some of these games, because even though they were behind and it might seem higher risk, it did feel like it was doing enough work to keep Retired involved.
Definitely, and if Matro is able to kind of sit forward a little bit and be ready to kind of cherry pick those shots, or or get a pass, midfield pass into someone, one of his teammates able to take one of those shots, that would be really good. I think something they were doing really well there, all three players getting the demos on Scrims World, particularly when they're on attack as well, and just taking a little bit of pressure off that attack worked really well. I want to see them do it a little bit more in defense though, to be able to take a defender out of net from Scrims World, and maybe they'll be able to see one of their shots.
Now we'll see what they can find. You know what? I'm getting told by production, Morgie, you got to do the solo cast. So I'm going to read Twitch chat. All right, now it's in my ear. It's official. So can you? I want to ask. This was directed for me, but it's going to be directed for you. Can you make the connection between the name Retired and the fact that Yummy is still casting Rocket League?
Wait, what? Make the connection between. Hang on. No, I need that one again. What? Make the connection.
Can you make a connection between the name Retired and the fact that Yummy is still casting Rocket League?
I mean, I think it's pretty. It's in the name itself.
You can't let Twitch chat distract you from air dribble bump goals, Morgan. You got to be on your game. Matro, big time play to give the lead to Retired.
That's that kind of offense and that aggression that you wanted out of Matro, right?
Yeah, that is, and I mean that's what we saw in the first game. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. Normally, people who are old are retired.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's in the name, no. Actually, you know what would be real retired would be Yummy coming back to professional Rocket League. Like, not as a caster, as a player. That's what I want to see.
Yummy did. They played the ODL with Jimmy. You should know that.
No, but RLCS fool.
And Tins as well. Are you saying that wasn't?
Oh yeah, how can I forget that Yummy carried that team? My bad.
Exactly. Gotta stay with it. Here we go. Clear back to the other side. Sorry. Gotta get with the Twitch chat. Once you hit 18, you gotta retire for real.
That's one way to make all three of us feel old, actually, now that I think about it. Oh my.
We're losing half the region with that.
Actually, yeah, 18 is a little young. I feel like most of the young guns in the region, there are a lot of under 18 players, but I think not enough to qualify half of the region being gone.
Not just yet, at least. Here we go, though. Crazy. He's going to put a lobber back to the other side. Creed will collect. Has Cabo with boost. They do find each other. Towards the net we go. It's going to be Metro diving back for the save. 2 minutes into this game, first goal did go Retired's way. Crazy versus Creed. Sets up Matro. Second touch. It is going to be Jimmo. And that's the 2-0 advantage.
It was almost looking like it was going to be a double here from Matro, but just slightly too heavy of a touch on the ball and he goes a little wide. But Jimmo was there ready for that follow-up. Puts it to the left of Cabo. and retired. Now up by 2 goals. More than half a game left in this still, but definitely looking like they've got a game plan over Scrims World right now.
Yeah, at that same token, though, you need to remember that OCE players don't retire. They just have breaks to give other players a chance.
And then they come back swinging after that.
Speaking of coming back swinging, that's been retired so far in this one. Jimmo, shot on, saved by Hawk.
Macho now looking for a shot of his own, but he does get blocked there. Crazy, sends it to the backboard, but there is a clear. We're having a couple of lurkers here. Creed dropping down from the roof, does read that. Looking for a center from Crazy, does get it in front of net, but 2 defenders there to get that one out.
Yeah, that was pretty strong. Still with the demo. It might delay the attack, at least for a bit. Matro swings and misses from underneath Creed. Tries to put the challenge on Jimmo, can't go too far with it. I'm just seeing, every time I'm looking at the Scrim side, a lot of empty boost circles right now. They have been struggling a bit. I don't remember the last time Hawk even had boost. It's been more than 30 seconds. Either way, Creed going to try to force something here. Damn, drop it down. Matro makes the save. Hawk still with no boost and is finding shots. Cabo can't squeak it in.
So many shot attempts there, just going a little astray, just a little bit too wide. Cabo going to try and get this back upfield, but there's a block from Matro, no boost, he has to get back quickly. Hawks on the attack, takes a shot, but Crazy just back in time to save that one.
And they're going to stay behind it as well. Matro with a chance, loses out on the 50. Jimmo though, not going to be the first one on it, and here comes the bump from Creed. Crazy not needed. Jimmo avoided the bump, I should say, and now with the minute remaining, a little bit surprising how quickly this game and this series may have turned right now. Scrims World still looking for their first goal.
Total polar opposite, I feel, of our first game. Scrims World, like I said, there was only 1 goal in it in the end, but it was looking so much more heavily Scrims dominant that first game. Now the tables have turned and retired are in the lead. Scrims World trying to fight for their lives here to stay in this one. Pablo takes the shot, but Matro does get the save. Another shot from Creed as well, but very well read by defense.
I think those in the retirement home are remembering, hold on, dinner starts before 6 o'clock and they're feasting good now. 3-0 lead. The early bird specials taking game 2.
Took a sip of my coffee as you said that and almost actually spat it out there. Yeah, dinner time, almost dinner time, but they've put another goal on the board. 25 seconds. This game is looking like GG's for them.
It is looking like GG. So, a good response from Retired in the second game. We saw more of the physicality, more of the aggression, both in terms of placement and in terms of the bump game as well. And the boost stealing. Pretty much everything that Retired did this game was kind of what we were hoping to see from them in the second game. Combo/shot will be saved by Matro. So, no perfect day. We have our first proper series as Retired equalizes at 1 apiece.
Like I said, definitely expecting this one to go to full length, and both teams so far have showed us that they do have what it takes in this series, but I think you now nailed it on the head there, Formal, that Retired were just doing so much better with their resource management that series. The boost pads and everything, they were starving Scrims World. They had nothing to work with, and I think that definitely played very, very well in their favor. It gave them a lot more to work with on attack. They were able to take Scrims World's players out of that net. And obviously it has paid off. 3-0 is definitely a statement for them to make.
I can't even make jokes about like the old people stealing the boost from the young people because everyone on Scrims is old as well. I'm actually curious if we were to take like the age of our top 8 teams and kind of like average it out, how much older this series would be than the others.
It's a good question, actually. I'm trying to think out of the other teams, who have we got who would be older?
The Torsos was the oldest player at RLCS at like the ancient old age of like 23 or 24 or even 22 it might have been. I'm not sure which one it was. So Torsos might bring, Wildcard up there, but outside of that, I don't know, man.
I think everyone else is quite young. I think the Scrims World team would be and Retired. Both of these 2 teams here would be the oldest age-wise. Like overall age.
Got to bring back, I think it was Snowy, who I think was like our age as well. Then we'd be talking. That would be a throwback. off the backboard. Jimmo's going to clear it out. Walcott is another one. I saw Walcott and
true.
Spidoge, actually. They were trying to get to the top 16. Couldn't quite make it. So, you know, they're still out there. They still exist. The oldies, the retirement home in our hearts and minds, playing for all of us. And unfortunately, you know, if they do make it to the next day and make a deep run, they will have to stay up quite late, and I think that's what they'll struggle.
I'll be cheering if we see Walcott in it. A little bit of oldies represent would be nice to see.
If Drip A comes back, the average age of the region goes up 20 years. I mean, but you can say that like if any of the season, you know, one players come back or what have you. Like bring back Jake, add another 10 years. Why not? As shots get put on target, Crazy's gonna try to bring this one back the other way. Gets the clear. Through the backboard, Matro doesn't get a chance.
Wolf trying to get it further upfield now, looking for that center, but Crazy is there to play troublemaker. Matro clearing it downfield here. Crazy, no boost, almost looking like he was going for the demo there, keeping that momentum up as his speed stayed intact. Jimmo with a reset to that sidewall, doesn't really do too much with it. Cobo's going in now, no boost in the tank, can't go for a reset. Caught in the corner now. I think Wolf's going to look for a centered pass, but Creed just not ready for it.
We see another bump off the play. Cabo now starting to bring it back. Here comes a shot on, and through the backboard we go. Tasmania's second greatest export. Not really getting the big touches they need just yet. Now maybe something down to Cabo. No, they can't connect.
Donuts on the board as of yet. 3 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time here. Ball's going to this backboard. Cabo does get a nice EU without much boost to follow that up. A shot on from Crazy, but is saved by Creed. Another follow-up as well. Ooh. We're going back down the other way, but Matro just there to control that one.
Yeah, does their best job. Here comes Creed! And that's going to be the first goal. It's going the way of Scrims.
Retired's defense here just didn't look too ready for that one. Maybe expecting Matro with the follow-up. Didn't realize he had no boost. Crazy just sitting stagnant in net there. Jumped, but couldn't make it to that one. So Scrims World have now put themselves in the lead in this third game.
Yep, and I mean, from what we've seen so far in this one, Morgie, it might be able to hold it, although, as soon as you say that, Crazy puts one on target, and here comes Jimmo. A little too tight on that shot. Still will find the bump. Creed now going to start to bring it back up to that other side. Matro wants to challenge, but the ball still gets behind them. Crazy down. Oh, ball gets in front of Hawk now towards the net. Jimmo makes the save.
Retired have had a few opportunities and a few shots nonetheless, but it just seems like nothing is sinking for them at the moment. They're not pinpointing those shots on net. They've gone wide a couple of times, or even just slow, not enough pace on their shots. Scrims World able to make the saves where needed. We're getting more pressure out of Scrims World right now. Retired again in a position where they're unable to get it out of their half. Matro with a massive clear though. Did we get a shot there out of Crazy? It was close, but just a little high.
Is a boomer driving a Fennec like the equivalency of a midlife crisis?
Define boomer. At what age?
Players over the age of 22.
Oh my. Oh no,
like
that's sad.
The entire lobby we have right here. They should be driving the cars that they grew up on in the Octane. The Fennecs are just not, I don't know. Here we go. Hawk looking for the goal, not going to be able to pancake it in.
I've seen the young guns in the region with their crazy mech and their smooth shooting, and they've gone, okay, if you can't beat them, join them. It's obviously the Fennec.
Yeah, it's obviously the midlife crisis mobile for some of these. It is what it is. Trying their best to keep up, but they still rock the Stocktane skins. Either way, here comes Hawk towards the net. Oh, again, the defense gets in the way.
Ball is going to hit that roof and drop down, but Jimmo does get a touch on it just in time to keep that one out of Creed's hands. Cobo with the 50 on the wall. Hulk comes in with another 50 as well. Just slams that one past Matro. Looks for the centered ball, but can't get that one away. It's rolling towards net. It's just hit the side and it goes out.
Oh, that's going to be a bit of a heartbreak for sure. Retired. Would have loved to seen that one go through, but now they're going to bring it back the other way. Shot not on. Deep clear back to the other side. Not in just yet. Jimmo still going to keep it up. As we see Crazy and Matro, they collide midair. Cabo from underneath swings, misses. Crazy stays on it. 18 seconds left. They got to score on this attack, Morgie.
Creed does get that out just in time, and Hawk is on the chase here, looking for a shot of his own. Misses that one there. Puts it into the hands of an unsuspecting Jimmo. Wasn't ready for that one. Matro, 1 second, has to keep this one up, but Creed dunks him there. Helps, drops that ball down, and Scrims World have this third game.
Yeah, that's a big win for Scrims. Pendulum swings back in their favor now with a 2-1 series lead. And speaking of the numbers 2-1, thank you, Toby, in the chat. I see you, 21.23, the average age of our top 8 here in OCE.
21 point. Okay, so technically under your benchmark of a boomer. Technically.
Yeah, but that's the average.
Just true.
That I feel I'd really be curious to crunch those numbers with some of the other regions, because I feel like we are an older region.
Yeah, I would say so. I reckon so. I think you'd be right there. Probably one of the oldest.
That is interesting. As we are not seeing the timeout yet. Retired going to stay with it, remembering that, hey, you know what? Either way, the sooner we finish the series, you know, the sooner bedtime is. It is dark outside, and that means those who are retired like to sleep so they can be up at the crack of dawn. We continue on. Although I imagine if retired can't bring it back this next game, we probably will be seeing that timeout for Scrims World, though. Series back in their favor, a chance to go up 3-1, and with how back and forth things have been, that could be the big blow they need to possibly put this one away.
Definitely. I think if Scrims World can break the momentum here in this series, it'll definitely play in their favor. And you're right, then maybe we'll see a timeout. But there, correct me if I'm wrong, there wasn't a timeout first series, was there? I was tuned in and out while I was editing, but no. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Yes, well, Twitch chat was put in charge to coach the team, and they opted not to take the time out, apparently. So that was on Twitch chat. We can put the blame on them. We'll see, though. We'll see if these teams learn from the mistakes of Serani as the series progresses. For now, though, it's Hawk taking to the skies, down and not in. Couldn't get that last touch.
Older players still got that mech, that's for sure, but nonetheless retired, ready for that one, and has managed to keep the ball out as of yet. 50 against Matro there from Hawk as well, trying to keep this ball in their attacking half. Cobo looking for a shot now, wants that double, can he get it? No, Crazy just gets it out.
Matro, though, will start to clear it back up the other side as the ball goes back and forth. Jimmo doesn't really get the touch they were looking for, so here comes Hawk, down, not in. Second touch from Crazy. Actually leaves it in a dangerous spot. Cabo midfield just beaten to the play. Jimmo kept it high enough. Kind of threw Cabo off. Either way, though, it works out in the favor of Scrims as Creed.
Wow, oh wow. Creed doing all the work here. What a lovely first touch. Recognizes that ball is going to hit the wall. Gets the angle. Gets it past not one, not two, but all three players on retired to get that first goal.
And I feel like, and this is not meant to be a knock on Creed, as Matro actually goes for the reset, doesn't get that beat. Save is made. I feel like when you look at this Scrims World team, Hawk, obviously a big name from, you know, past performances on teams like the Chiefs. Cabo, been around for ages, proven himself, top fours in the past. We haven't seen that from Creed yet. Creed, I don't think has made the stamp in the same way as the others. Goals like that, though, people should remember. That was so good.
Oh, absolutely. But Creed would be the youngest player on this field, right? I'm assuming, potentially.
Actually, I think Hawk would be.
Would Hawk be?
Yeah.
I feel like for some reason I've got it in my head that Hawk's been around for so long. I don't think Creed has been around for as long. I guess, yeah, Hawk started younger, but I don't think Creed's been around in the scene for as long.
I'm not too sure. I mean, again, I would have to do the research. I'd have to, but I don't really want to be doing that as Jimmo gets the next goal. Too much action on the pitch. Can't get distracted. Jimmo underneath ties it up.
The equalizer as well, just dropping it into that bottom corner. It looked like Coppo thought Jimmo was going to go high, look for a top bins shot, but nonetheless, he did drop it low. Retired, have equalized this game.
I'm now being told Hawk is like 20, apparently. And
20?
You know what? I still stand by my answer. I think Hawk is the youngest on this pitch right now. And here comes Creed lighting up a shot. It's going in. 2-1 lead.
Another one from Creed to put another goal on the ball here. Good work from Cobo, seeking out that bump on Jimmo. I don't know if he actually made contact in the end, but nonetheless, the pressure was there. Manipulated Jimmo into jumping, forced him to watch Cobo instead, and Creed was able to get that goal.
Retirement home in a little bit of trouble right now. Or retired, I should say. Crazy. Oh, just gets dunked on by Creed. Not able to put it in. As Jimmo tries to bring it back to the other side. Hawk still fights the touch. Cabo, went for the fake. Doesn't really fool anyone. And still, though, I mean, Creed has just been all over the middle of the field, finding so many challenges, winning so many of these plays. Cabo just scores. 3-1 game lead.
A little solo play from Cobo here. Just kind of doinked it at the start. Did look like he was going to go for a double, but nonetheless, the ball dropped into the net instead. Got it there quicker than if it was supposed to be a double, but Scrims World now up by another goal. 2-goal gap at this point.
Yeah, that is looking stronger and stronger. Hawk, quick demo on Jimmo means Metro has a lot more work to do. Can only go so far with it before Hawk takes it away. Oh, what a fake! What a shot, Hawk!
Just the aggression coming out of Scrims World right now is boding so well from them. Great play from Hawk. Cobo, again, just really menacing retired in defense right now. Going for those bumps, going for those demos. Really, really frustrating them in defense, and it's working wonders for them.
And the old man's got moves. Putting that one in right there. Still nimble, I should say. Oh, lean and nimble. That's Hawk. Point it. Cabo. This is out the 50 from up above. Creed now going for the challenge off the roof. Gets it away from Jimmo. Crazy catches it underneath. 3 goals under 2 minutes. Hawk looking for another one and just beats Jimmo again.
Scrims World just a runaway train at the moment. Hawk saw he only had Jimmo there. Jimmo, no boost in the tank on that one. Had to challenge early, but Hawk did have the reset, had the control in that play, and could get it around Jimmo. Scrims World now up 5-1.
Just in control of this 4th game, and I imagine we're going to be seeing the timeout in about 100 seconds time, maybe a little bit longer if Scrims continues to find these goals. But there's something magic about the Scrims World org. They get these runs on occasion. Maybe before, all right, the last roster has become power now, so can't say it's the same, but seeing Scrims continue to get wins, to try and, cement themselves in that top 6, it'd be a nice return to form. Here comes Crazy over the top. Jimmo. That was a good centering play. Unfortunately, it's a center to Creed, and it comes back to the orange side.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. I know you mentioned it before, but just Scrims World not having the run they wanted last Open. Definitely have a point to prove this Open. They know they've got what it takes. They just need to bring that to the field, and they are absolutely doing so today.
That they are. 50 seconds remaining. Hawk wants a centering touch, doesn't find it. Metro stays behind. Crazy next one forward. Shut down again by Hawk. Demo in the net, and it's just free. Retired. One away now from the Brazil.
All calm and collected here from Hawk. That wave dash to keep control of that ball. So steady there to take it into the left corner as well. That is impressive, and I think you're right at this point, Cornwall. Not the older players by age necessarily if we're talking about Hawk. But the older, longer-standing players really do still have the moves here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wonder what Cabo was trying to do at the end. Sneaking up on Hawk like that. You should know not to... you can't startle the elderly. It's not good for their hearts. With 20 seconds remaining, we'll see what we can bring. Jimmo, light touch, but it's going to be Metro there. Creed underneath. Gets it towards the net, but doesn't find the goal.
On this side wall, does keep control of it very well. Cobo, he wants one more. He's going to get a light touch on that, but let that ball run the field for one more in the net. We have a Brazil on the board.
We have a Brazil in the series, Morgie, that you promised me was going to go to Game 7. Well, I see a 7 right now, and it's probably not the one that Retired wants to see. A 7-1 lead. Dominant performance coming out of Scrims World. They're going to Game 5 with all the momentum in their favor.
I think we could still see it go the full length. Obviously, this game aside has been a bit of a runaway from Scrims World, but that's not to say that the first game, again, not by goal differential, but it did look very good from Scrims World in the first game. I think something that Retired proved in the second game is that they're able to adapt and able to replay, and they challenged Scrims World in that second game. They won that second game. They know how to change tactics up a little bit to face different offense and defense. So I think that we might see that going forward in this next game, particularly after the timeout we're about to have.
Yeah, Retired has called a timeout. I kind of want to go to that last shot on 0 seconds. How was that not on the ground? We heard the ding, yeah, so it hit the post, but it also bounced like straight up. What? I'm really confused what part that ball hit. Either way, timeout has come through for Retired, so they're going to be having a chat. They're going to be having, you know, a meeting. All right, one last chance. Maybe get the last couple bingo numbers out, but it's going to be tough for them even with the timeout. I just feel like Scrims World is in control of this.
Definitely Scrims World looking a lot better. I mean, even just looking at the stats, 13 shots out of Scrims World to Retired's 3 shots. 7 out of those 13 shots were just from Hawk alone, who seemed to, I think Hawk hasn't been playing badly throughout the series, but it's been very even amongst the players. That game felt very, very Hawk dominant for Scrims World.
Yeah, but it was kind of weird because you could say the game before was also very Creed dominant. We're still waiting for the Cabo dominant game, but hey, that's why you have to win 4, right? So everyone has that chance to shine. I mean, if Hawk is playing like this, if we are getting some vintage Hawk, all right, busting it back out of the cellar after, you know, it's aged a couple years, I'm pretty keen on it. I mean, there's always been the potential for Hawk to be that sort of top tier player in this region. And if you ask Hawk, the confidence has always been there. He's always kind of considered himself right up there as a top player in this region. So gearing up, seeing the form they are in, this is fantastic stuff. And again, you have to remember too, the winner of this game goes up against the loser of Wildcard and I'm Fine in the West, which means if Wildcard does what I think everybody's predicting them to do, the expectation would be I'm Fine in the West. Crazy things can happen, not guaranteeing it. I would not want to play against Hawk when they're playing like this. I don't care how good my team is. Like, this is a scary looking Scrims right now.
Oh, definitely. I have to agree. Hawk is playing out of his mind right now, just showing off his mechanics in particular. Very offensive play out of him right now. I think Creed, similarly, you are right, we're kind of seeing that pendulum swing out of the two of them in terms of who's kind of taking lead and control in those shots at the moment. Cobbo as well. I think you're right that we haven't quite seen Cobbo kind of take that control or that lead out of the three of them yet. Maybe we're going to see another Creed game here.
Yeah, I mean, that looked very similar to the couple games before, which was the Creed game. I mean, just angle shot on defense, not really ready for it. A bit unfortunate there, Retired. It could be. We may have gone too late, Morgie. It might be, you know, past their bedtime. They're not used to being up this late.
I think, yeah, you might be right. With that being a little bit on their fault there, but Jimmo has turned around, decided that he's going to bring back the ball back down the other way. Crazy has come in for that dunk as well and Retired. Maybe it's not bedtime just yet. They're still in this.
Yeah, again, Retired playing their best when they're in the opponent's net, when they're being aggressive. As, here comes Hawk off the kickoff. Not there, Jimmo makes the save. Creed looking for another centering touch. Jimmo underneath doing what they can. Here comes Cabo, though, has boost. Should turn into a second touch. Could turn into a third, but Jimmo, I mean, all he had to do was sit in the net and wait for the ball to fall in his lap.
Yeah, not threatening enough without enough boost on that. I think Cabo went for that reset a little bit late, a little bit close to the ground. Didn't have any boost to follow it up, but I mean, you know, speaking of all three players, and again, just kind of touching on Cobbo here, although we haven't seen those kind of flashy offensive plays out of him as much as we've seen out of the other two, I think going back to that, I think it was game 3, I think it was game 3, Cobbo was creating all the opportunities offensively. He was going for those demos, those bumps in net, taking out the Retired players from defense, and that was allowing the goals to come out from Creed and Hawk. So I think everyone has their role at the moment, and they're just playing it super smoothly.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, was good enough last game, but kind of wanting to see a bit more from it, I imagine, is Scrims so far here in Game 5. The final hurdle often is the most difficult, and while Retired with no boost, Needed that touch from Matro. Now here comes Crazy. Actually outpaces Hawk. That leaves Cabo alone on defense. Doesn't bite on the corner. Doesn't bite on the shot that goes high. Retired. A little bit frustrated with that.
Hawk looking for the clear and does get it downfield. Doesn't get that reset though, so can't follow it up with the flip. Crazy just trying to annoy Cabo here. Does get a touch on him. A bump. Hawk takes the shot, but Jimmo is there for the save.
One save found, but still needed a few more. Hawk off the side wall, straight into Matro. Cabo dives back. That's okay, but Crazy still's going to try to follow it through up to the skies. Hawk, first touch is all right. Second touch a little bit better. Across midfield we go. They connect. Side wall. Someone take the shot. Nope, not this time. The defense gets there first. Matro underneath Jimmo. Has to play for the quarter instead. And again, the pace kind of slowing down. We're seeing a lot of setups and not a lot of shots, Morgie. Jimmo, though, finds it in the end.
Jinxed it just in time for Jimmo to be sitting there ready for that one. Crazy with the 50. Puts that to the backboard. Cobbo in net, 0 boost. Gets a taste of his own medicine with the attempt at the bump there. And Retired have put another one on the board. They're in the lead now. They are not going down without a fight.
Still half a game to go, but Retired, the timeout buff, it was a delayed timeout buff, all right? The olds, they take a little bit of time to get the bones moving again. But now they're feeling it. All juiced up on their spinach. Let's see what they can bring. As Hawk comes across the midfield line, looks for Creed. Right touch, second one, not there. Or is it?
Ooh, that was close actually. Cobbo going to take it back down the other way. Jimmo goes for the challenge. Doesn't read that well though. Cobbo looking for the center. Crazy is there though. Jimmo v Creed right now. Jimmo gets the 50. Does keep the ball out for now. Seems that Retired, they're just still stuck in their half at the moment. We're seeing more pressure on from Scrims World. A demo though on Jimmo takes one more person out of defense. But Scrims World not capitalizing on it just yet.
Yeah, stuck on their old half. I mean, to their credit though, the olds are known for being stubborn, for being defensive, and they're holding it down. Retired, trying to see what they can find. Cabo to the backboard, can't get too much after that. Crazy instead will find the clear. And now, maybe something a little different from this orange side. Nope, they're already kind of rotating back, or are they? Jimmo challenges, but still Creed finds the ball. Jimmo again gets a nice challenge. That sets a Matro. It looks open, Morgie. Cabo, though, should be there.
Just any touch from Cobbo was going to get that one out, and he did manage to do so. Matro in the corner now. Hawk, though, with the clear, goes for the long shot. Open net. We have an equalizer. Retired's defense just pushing up way too far here.
Yeah, they got a little too antsy, a little too riled up. Hawk able to find that clear all the way back to the other side. Didn't even need to dribble it this time. Tie game, 47 seconds left. Next goal probably wins this game in regulation or in overtime should we need it. And if it goes the way of Scrims, well, they're going to be going to the top 6, Morgie. Big time moment for the team in blue.
Yeah, definitely not looking like it's going to be a high-scoring game, so I think you're right. Next goal will be it. Scrims World, they want to end this one early. They want to go 4-1 in the series, but Retired have their own point to prove, and they want to stay alive in this. They've used their timeout already. Is it enough to bring them back, though?
I mean, they have a chance right here. Matro up. Hawk runs to disruption. Cabo not really behind the ball, but is going to chase it down into the corner. Should be the first one there. Crazy is actually the one who got behind it. Crazy right down into Creed. 4 seconds to go. It's looking like an overtime angle, or is it? Matro backboard, somebody underneath. It's Crazy to Jimmo trying to find Matro. Oh, they don't get the shot. We go to overtime.
Oh, the connection was there, but not the right position on that ball. Not the shot that they wanted. Retired. They have taken this game into OT, though. They are alive for now. But Hawk is on the attack. Sends that ball quite far. Creed with the center. It goes towards net, but Jimmo's there for the save.
Yeah, I know we've been joking about, their age, but alive for now, Morgie? I mean, come on. They're not that much on the door. Either way, here comes Matro. Doesn't really beat out Creed just yet. Around the corner, Hawk is actually going to try to more centering play. Jimmo gets behind it. Second touch towards the net. Just has to beat Cabo and does. Retired. Hold off the retirement party. They keep playing on. We're going to game 6.
Rude or not, I am repeating it, but Retired, they have stayed alive for now. They are in this series still, definitely looking a lot better than they were last game. Scrims World a little bit scrambled in that one, but Retired 3-2 in this fifth game.
Yeah, big time moment for Jimmo right there, who had a big time game, might I add. 2 of the goals to their name, 4 of the 6 shots came from Jimmo, as well as a majority of the saves. Big moment for Jimmo and for Retired. So they're right back in this. Timeout buff did work. Scrims World not going to match it just yet, so we're going to go straight on to Neo Tokyo. Game 6. The Game 7 angle, Morgie, I was joking about before after the Brazil, but hey, it's looking a lot more likely, obviously, after that win.
No, definitely a bit of faith in the Retired side right now. Again, just as I was talking about before, their ability to adapt at the moment and to be able to challenge Scrims World in different ways when they can. They're obviously recognizing where their faults are and they're working on those during the games, which I think is really speaking to how they've managed to bring this one back after that Brazil in particular. So yeah, who knows? I still think there's a chance that we're going to Game 7. We're going to Game 6 now, so Scrims World could still end it here. I am a little surprised that they didn't take the time out, though. I think the smarter move would be to take it now. They've lost that momentum that they had. They want to end this series early. They want to go 4-2 instead of letting that go to Game 7. But I think calling a timeout now and giving themselves a little bit of a breather would have been the smarter move rather than waiting for it after this game if Retired do win this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I kind of agree with you. There's no reason to rush things, okay? The early bird special finishes at 6:30. We're at 6:30 now. You're not going to make it. So you may as well take the time that you need to finish this one off. As first shot, not there. Second one is. First goal goes to Retired.
Crazy there with the follow-up after Matro just goes a little too wide. Crazy turns from that corner. Creed falling as well in net. Can't make the jump for that save. And Retired 9 seconds into this 6th game are up by a goal.
Yeah, it was a quick goal, and I don't think they're done yet. Matro, with a bit of a breakaway, forces Hawk to make a diving save. Able to stay behind it, and yeah, we're really seeing Scrims now on the back foot, getting challenged, getting pressured. It's getting a little spooky for them. As we see Matro now try to set something up down to Crazy. A second goal here would be massive, but it's Cabo with the beat. That won't roll in.
Yeah, either way, not on target. So Matro able to recognize that he could get back to that one in time. Grabs boost on the way as well. Jimmo challenging here though. Gets the 50, goes for the shot. Can't get the angle though.
And it's going to be Cabo to Hawk now. No boost for Hawk, but they stay behind the ball. Oh, just didn't quite get the touch I think they were looking for. Jimmo underneath will make the save. Cabo has a peek but won't commit. And it, well, actually, may have half committed, which is the worst crime of them all. Crazy takes credit for the goal.
A little indecision here from Cabo. Went to go challenge Crazy, saw Crazy jump, thought he had to spin around as quickly as possible, but as third man pushing up a little bit high there, not protecting that net, and Retired and now up by 2 goals.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 lead. Retired. They are looking better and better with each passing game. All you need, though, for Scrims is one key moment, one big play, and maybe they can bring themselves, you know, get some of that momentum back that they lost in Game 5. Jimmo swings and misses. Cabo not ready for the miss. Winds up kind of whipping as well. Creed doesn't get the beat on Matro. It's Hawk, though, still looking for the double touch, easily read by Crazy.
Cabo there goes for the 50, but Crazy does get the advantage on it. Hawk in net does get the save. Matro, another 50, sends this ball into the corner. It's a bit of a chase here for who can make it to it first. Crazy does, though, taking it off the backboard. Cabo now with time and space and all the boost he needs to go for a shot. Gets bumped, though. Nothing just yet for Scrims World.
And nothing forced in at the moment. Cabo, though, still looking to corral it. Hawk to get the touch they need. Through the corner we go. Passing play, Creed. Waits, buys time, gets the challenge, misses out. Jimmo now. All the way back to the other side. First touch was good. The reset. Not where it needed to be. Creed, though, is still going to bring it back. Still time in this game, but what has me worried as we hit the halfway point, only 2 shots for Scrims World, Morgie.
Only 2 shots is a little surprising and uncharacteristic out of Scrims World. Both shots have come from Hawk as well. Creed very quiet in this game. Cobbo as well, not putting a whole lot of offensive pressure on. Nothing too dangerous out of them at the moment. Goes for the shot there over Matro, the 50. Not quite the way Cobbo wanted it to go though.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Crazy now underneath.
Ooh.
Oh, didn't get it around Hawk, but Hawk's been pretty quiet, and you know who hasn't been? Well, Retired hasn't been. I don't know how that was not a goal.
Just able to make it to that save in time, but Scrims World, kind of like the second game we had out of Retired, they're just being challenged so much in their half at the moment. They're being boost up, they're being chased, they're being pressured as much as possible. Retired definitely taking advantage of that pressure. They're up by 3 now, and it's not looking too good for Scrims World.
Ask any of the elderly, and they will tell you good things come with time and age. And Retired just needed that time and age to get into this series. The timeout probably helped. The momentum definitely helping. Just being able to negate Hawk's effect after, you know, that big game 4 where they took it over. Now it's Crazy's turn to be popping off. I believe that is 4 for 4 goals for Crazy on 4 shots as well.
Definitely an impressive percentage to have. 100% shots of taken, 100% of shots Crazy has taken have been scored in this game. That is not something you see every day.
No, and all of the goals in this game have come from Crazy as well, which is not something we haven't said that, I think, in a very long time. Crazy, again, another veteran of the scene. Great seeing him have this pop-off performance. Looking closer and closer, maybe, to a deeper run. Still a minute 12 to go. Jimmo. Oh, it's a delicate touch. That was almost fantastic.
Would have been good indeed. Cobbo being pressured in net again by Matro, who doesn't have any boost, but may as well go for it while you're there. No boost in the tank on that save either, but does make it to fall in time. Maybe another shot to come out of Crazy here. Can he go 5 for 5? Not if Creed is on that backboard.
Not this time, but there's still 44 seconds to go. Hawk, corner. I mean, look, there's 40 seconds. It's a 4-goal game. And Jimmo steals away Crazy's perfect game by taking a goal. A little bit selfish, but hey, I don't think Retired are going to complain.
No, I think being 5 goals up would be their preference here. So nice goal there out of Jimmo. But yeah, wow, how the tides have changed in this in this game for me.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and you know, pun half intended, because here's the thing that is worth noting, and I'm sure someone in Twitch can correct me if I'm wrong. Crazy, who has been playing in RLCS kind of events since like RLCS X and like those qualifiers back then, I don't think they've ever gotten further than 7th, 8th. And even then, it happened once. Crazy, with as long a career as he has had, I believe is now going to be 1 game away from his best ever RLCS result. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Twitch chat. Please do. But I think that is the case, and he is the one leading the charge.
I think you might be right on that one, just from I was reading up on some of the players a couple of weeks ago before the last Open, and I have a feeling you're right with that. So that, again, quite the impressive feat. One of those things where, yeah, with age and wisdom, we are getting finer indeed. But Crazy, definitely a great performance in that game. Like you said, 4 shots, 4 goals, 4 out of 5 goals from Retired as well. Definitely a strong game for him.
Well, apparently Tins is saying I'm wrong, but Lozzie is saying I'm correct, so I'm going to listen to Lozzie on this one. I'm going to listen to that part of Twitch chat. Yeah, I think this is Crazy. 1 game away from potentially their best ever RLCS result, which would be fantastic stuff. So let's see if they can get it together. We'll see if Scrims World will be the team that punches through to Fit 6. This is actually... We went to Game 7, Morgie. I laughed at you before, after the Brazil. I thought it was over, and yet here we are. By the way, timeout to Scrims World.
No, definitely some faith in the Retired at the moment. Like I said, I think for a team that has been able to do as well as they have to take down Prime Petty's Pups as well. Misty's team, I think, kind of showed that this team does have a little bit of fire in them. They want it as well. They are hungry to make it into that top 6, but they have to get past the hurdle of Scrims World. I think it's good that Scrims World have taken the time out finally. Maybe it'll give them, again, a little bit of time to have a bit of a breather here and work out what they're going to do to flip this coin on the side.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to piece it together. We'll see if they will be able to punch it through. It would be a fantastic story for Crazy to finally get, that deep run, especially when he was the one carrying them through that Game 6 match. But with Scrims World coming off the timeout buff, again, the experience does favor Scrim's side. I feel like they're more used to these deeper runs. We'll see how it plays out. Hawk, Creed, Cabo, their expectations would be top 6 at minimum. Let's see what they can bring. Game 7, Champions Field, one to decide it.
Ball has gone the way of Retired, but Crazy not able to follow that one up. Cabo did get the clear up that field. Creed now trying to get it further away again, but a bit of pressure coming out of Retired right now, trying to keep it in Scrims World's half rather than let them get too close to net. It's looking good from Hawk. Cabo with the follow-up as well. Creed going for the double, follows up a little too low though, and Retired are okay for now. We're getting a lot of offensive pressure early on out of Scrims World though.
That we are. Cabo's lob shot is there. Crazy will get the first touch though and start to try to bring this one back. Hawk catches it underneath. And again, it's just more lobs. Jimmo misses. And that's a weak touch from Matro as well. Here comes Cabo. Save made. Crazy bailing the team out.
All 3 players there in net in that one corner as well. It is looking shaky early on from Retired. Just this pressure coming out of Scrims World is unrelenting as Hawk comes in, flying through with that snipe into the corner.
And that's a name we've been missing from our past couple games. Hawk once again getting involved. Early lead for Scrims. As off the kickoff, it's actually going Crazy's way. Wants the double. Creed denies. Jimmo now down, looking for Matro. Takes it over the top. Doesn't get the second touch. This time it's Hawk that denies. Crazy, no boost. Can't do much, but still stays on the play. Gets around Hawk. Can't get it under Cabo. And Matro lets the ball slip away. Here comes Cabo. Here comes Scrims. 2-0 lead.
Cabo very controlled on this read here, gets that dunk over Crazy, sees that Matro is awkward. Matro turned the wrong way off that wall there. Cabo sending that one into net. Nothing Retired could do about that one.
I feel for it because Crazy's so close to their best result, and it feels like they're putting in the work, but an awkward mistake a little further back, and now more work for Retired needs to be done. But can they do more work? They're Retired, Morgie. I don't know if they can.
No, not just yet. It seems that Scrims World have changed the tides here. They've switched this momentum around on Retired. They want this so bad. We're getting a few opportunities out of Retired though, but just not enough follow-up. It feels like not enough trust from teammates right now in these passing plays. Scrims World, on the other hand, are working like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, that they are. As I'm being told, apparently he has hit a 5th before. That's what I'm saying. Quali 5 2024, but that would have been 5th to 8th. That wouldn't have been a 5th, 6th, which is better than a 5th to 8th. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, he's made top 8 before, but not top 6, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, still needing 2 goals. There is a difference between those two. Here we go. Of course, I could be wrong saying that as well. That's just what I think I remember. Either way, Matro with the ball goes into cover.
Either way, whether it is a first or not, it wouldn't be it's not a regular position for Crazy to have been in throughout the years, or for any of the players on this Retired side. So either way, they want this badly. They've got a little bit of time to fight back.
Crazy had a chance for a goal right there. I think the angle was a little bit too tough, but that net was open. Now a chance for redemption off the backboard. Set up the team. Tries not find the bump. Hawk will play keep away. And now it's Matro to the backboard. Won't find the next touch.
Retired needing to bring out a little more aggression. It looked like Scrims World was going to get that ball away here. Jimmo with the bounce, the follow-up as well. Crazy gets that shot, gets that 50 past defenders into net. Wow, oh wow, Formal. We have an interesting game here.
That we do. We have a good game. And, dude, everybody right now, you know what? Focus on the game, not on my math that's correct. Because, look, if he can't get through this one, then it doesn't matter, all right? That's the stakes for Crazy. He has to actually win this series before we discuss it in more detail. Down by 1 goal, 100 seconds left. Jimmo leading the charge for retired. Off the roof, down, not in.
Almost looked like Jimmo was going to snipe that one there, but just not enough on it. Scrims World definitely playing a little more passive than they were the first couple of games. Not too passive. Hawk goes for a shot of his own there, but you know they want to hang on to this. A minute 20 left on the clock, 1 goal in it. They want to stay in this lead.
And they might almost give it up right there. Creed has to dive back. Jimmo around the corner. Crazy's looking for bumps, can't find any. Matro needs to push forward. Awkward bounce, but Matro has it read to the skies. Around Cabo. Jimmo got the demo on Hawk. Ball gets to the backboard, but again, defenders are there. Retired on the counter. Can't get past midfield. It's Jimmo looking for Matro once again. Cabo cuts it down and goes all the way to the backside.
Crazy and Matro both sitting back a little too far there. Jimmo was on his own and couldn't do anything with that ball 1v3 against all 3 of Scrims World's players. Cabo goes over one, takes it over Crazy. It's not enough though for the follow-up.
That was a spooky play, and it gets spookier. Creed nearly gets around Matro, 30 seconds to go. Matro cuts off the interception, but the pressure is still coming from Scrims. A goal would be the icing on the cake, and yet both these teams still seem hungry. There's the demo. Matro no boost, has to wave dash, gets a 50. 15 seconds, Crazy down, looking for Matro, intercepted by Cabo, 10 seconds to go.
Jimmo getting 50'd by Hawk on that sidewall. Can't do enough with this ball. Matro does take it downfield though. Hawk with the intercept. Crazy does center it. Kelly says shot here over Jimmo. No, the save right on the last second of this game. Scrims World are our winners here.
Wow, a last desperate shot from Jimmo. It was on target, but the diving save gets Scrims World through. Does not get much closer than that. And at the end of the day, despite the big win from Scrims World, Yummy Crazy still doesn't get his top 6 finish.
Oh man, Rocket League's just so unpredictable. After game 4, I thought 7-1, it's over. And then after game 6, I thought 5-0, it's over. But apparently not. Game 7 delivers almost a 0-second goal right there. But well, you were right. It would be a game 7. It was closer than I thought.
Yeah, no. Morky deserves her flowers for that. I thought I'm with you, Yummy. It probably should have been a faster series, but no, retired. You know, they kept with it, took it all the way to the end.
You gotta believe in the older players. That's all I'm gonna say. Both teams, like we said, both teams are older teams in this top 8 or top 6 potentially. You gotta have faith in the older players. That's all I'm saying.
Time to go to the unretired tag maybe for retired, though. Of course, they do end up 7th, 8th, and Scrims World will be moving on through. Now, the weird question there goes down to they're going to have to verse the loser of Wildcard versus I'm Fine in the West. Probably not an easy next round.
Yeah, it's a tough one to be in, but I mean, I would still rather be on that half of the bracket than the other half, Yummy, because right now we're either about to send TSM or Power to take on the Chiefs. There's 2 of the scariest teams right there or 3 of the scariest teams that are all going to be clumped together.
Here's the next match. Let's go to a quick break and be right back with probably our match of the day.
The top 8 is done. We are on to the top 6, and well, it's time to push a couple teams to the top 4. Yes, we wave. Hello, hello. But we are here getting ready for this next match. My pick for the game of the night should be yours as well. TSM versus Power. Not only playing for the top 4, Yummy, but more importantly, likely the bracket half that avoids Wildcard.
And also importantly, they're both the teams that came 3rd, 4th, and on the same side, or the loser will be on the same side as Healthy Chiefs and may have the chance to help both them and the other team. Both teams would get a big help from Chiefs being knocked out in terms of making the major. So a lot of results at stake here.
And definitely a lot on the line and a lot to prove as well for both sides. I think Power, obviously, maybe being the less favoured team, I'd say, going into this series, are definitely going to want to knock TSM down.
Are they the less favored team, though? Again, when you ask the internationals, they tend to believe that Power is that strong team. Power also, this roster has won a regional before, something TSM has not yet done. So is it really fair to call them the underdogs in this?
Well, also both teams took their opponents Wildcard and Chiefs to Game 7 in the semi-finals last time, so both sitting at the door. Neither of them got to verse each other, if I recall, in the first event, except maybe in Swiss stage, but nobody cares about that, right? No, they actually, like, we've got the results up here, they didn't even verse each other in Swiss stage, so this will be the first time we see them against each other, at least with the new Power roster.
It's crazy. It is crazy to think about. Sorry to cut you off there, Morgie, but I mean, is this for the 3rd best team? Is this for the 2nd best team? Where do you place them?
Ooh, interesting call where to place them at the moment. I'd say, I mean, looking at, you know, the teams who have actually made it internationally so far, this is kind of a bit of a battle for 3rd place, I would say.
Yeah, maybe, but with the Chiefs performing as they are, considering the placement that you can get, I mean, it'd be silly not to think of this as the winner of this match is all of a sudden in the driver's seat in that number 2 spot.
Got a lot of questions around maybe the consistency that we expect from a team like Power. They didn't show it in the last split. They pick up Gus, who's been maybe at times notoriously inconsistent, being a fantastic player one game and then maybe struggling with nerves the next. So that's going to be the true tell when it comes to this series. And I think it also shows where my predictions might lie.
I mean, it's interesting. Look, I was just going to say, it's interesting Yummy's talking about, like, oh, Gus seems a little inconsistent. What about and Caleb, though, has been strong. What about the 3rd member on the team, Yummy? Where is Lunar on the consistency scale?
Lunar is the most consistent. He's my goat, mate. If you only looked at last split, you'd say he's probably one of the most consistent players in the region. But last event, I had a few criticisms for him. He had some ups and downs, but normally he's very reliable.
We're about to jump into game, Morgie. I couldn't help but notice you take Power. Any reason why, as we send you guys off to the pitch?
I think that, kind of similar to our first series, I think this is going to be a really tight one. I wouldn't be surprised if this makes it all the way through to Game 7. I think this was really hard for me. This was quite the toss-up. Both teams have had their inconsistencies, I think, throughout, obviously not just throughout this Open in particular, but of recent, in the Birmingham Opens as well. TSM have had their struggles. Obviously, Power did win an Open, like noted. Power, though, I want to give it slightly, I want to give them the edge in this. I don't know why. I have slight belief in them this one. There are some concerns around their performance in the GSL yesterday. Obviously, they went to Game 5 against Snoopy's Pooples, who actually did take Chiefs to Game 5 as well. So they're having their ups and downs at the moment, but I think that given their performance last Open, they have a chance here.
Power have their chance as we head down to the pitch, and TSM, they're going to be the question mark after last split. Maybe a team that we even expected to make the major. They themselves would have definitely expected to make the major after their off-season performance and weren't able to put it together. So it's got to be now or never. This is really the event for them to show that they are truly major material. Can't just squeak through, at least have to be taking down the teams around them.
Super Super Lucky going for a bit of a swing and a hit on that ball there, but leaves it into the hands of Amphis. Caleb just trying to get this ball out and does so with a pinch on that sidewall. Kaka challenged a little bit in this corner, but full boost in the tank, just wants to get it out for now. Gus does 50, but we have it still going the way of Power's possession. It's going to drop down in front of net here. Amphis with an awkward touch, drops it down to Luna, who's ready for that one, and Power get this first goal in this series.
Great recovery there from Caleb, but Amphis just misreading that bounce off the top corner. Must have expected that it would bounce out. Ended up putting it right there in front of his own net. So maybe a bit of a warm-up required for TSM as Power are the first to get on the board.
Inconsistencies coming out of both sides right now as Power do leave defense, or do leave the net open here. Defense just not clearing that one out with Gus on that backboard. Kaka open net sends it in, and we have a tied ball game.
That one I'm going to consider a kickoff goal. It was a little bit awkward from the very start. No boost at the back in order to make up for it. May even be another one as Caleb has the flip reset right from the very beginning. Amphis just manages to crunch it out from Luna's grasp. As Gus continues this one, I'm just going to try and carry that one through, and it's a good save from Amphis, not just to get the 50, but also to get it to that right-hand side of the net away from the Power attack. Still going to hold out in the midfield for now, but it's a race won by Kaka and a demo as well, just to open this attack for TSM.
Luna almost in trouble there on that turn, but does get to the ball in time. You see Gus try and take this ball to the wall now. Luna's trying to get the clear out, does do so. A demo on Gus though takes one offensive player out of this one. Gus now back in time for this clear though, sends it high, but Super Lucky there to take it back the other way.
A lot of balls just being held out in the midfield, trying to take that ball high and race each other for control. Solid 50 by Super Lucky goes straight over to Caleb, and a bit of an opening here as Kaka had pushed forward up the wing, maybe hoping that would crunch towards him. Power on the attack. Amphis getting one touch to beat out Luna, who has to recover backwards, gets that pinched across. Super Lucky in a race against Caleb. Caleb wins as Super Lucky does back off. Gus into the corner, and Super Lucky again on the ball. It's been almost impossible to get it past him.
Caleb looking to take this one back down the other way, gets the reset. There's no demo on Kaka though there. It looked like Luna was chasing him down. I have to see this one again, but all three, Luna was going for the bump there on Kaka, couldn't make contact. Caleb, Gus just pushed up a little bit too far as well. TSM get this third goal.
And I did say that Luna has that consistency, but in this case, Gus was pushing up for what I suspect he was thinking that Luna was going for the ball and was going to keep that ball in the attack. That's why they get caught off guard. Can't afford that to happen again, though. Now TSM, one goal in the lead, looking to make that two. Pass across to Kaka, and Caleb gets up to it in time.
Another shot here out of Amphis. An awkward touch from Caleb there. Almost puts it into the hands of a very ready Kaka. Luna dribbling this through the air. Tries to get past Super Lucky. He does get a touch on it. Ball is caught wide. Kaka with the clear downfield. It's going to go in though. TSM now up 3-1.
It's what Kaka's known for, pure pace off the ground. You see him reach the ball hours ahead of Caleb. He also gets it on target. Sometimes when you're just trying to outpace your opponents, it's impossible to get that forward towards the net, and he's done so well there. 2-goal lead. Looking like a very good first game here for TSM.
Nice bump on Amphis there, but Gus not ready for that one. Not enough boost in the tank either to be able to do any damage in that situation. Caleb just trying to get it out. Does get the dunk on Super Lucky as well. Gus just needs to get this one out, but Amphis there to keep that possession at the moment. It just feels like Power can't get it out of their half. They're getting pressured, unrelenting pressure by TSM right now. It's looking like it's going to be TSM's game.
Still had a few passing plays, but maybe not quite as many solo opportunities from a team that has both Gus and Caleb. But there's the pass into center. It works this time. Bit of extra pressure as Amphis tries to get that to the corner. Super Lucky didn't have boost to catch up, so it makes the passing play even smarter.
Memphis potentially looking to roll that ball up the wall, but instead it bounced into center. Neither teammate ready for the ball to go there, and obviously how we're able to capitalize on it. Luna not quite this time.
Just need a little bit more height on that flip reset from Luna, because he got the bump afterwards, and that was their real opportunity. Find themselves with only 10 seconds left if they want to get into overtime, and the pressure is at the wrong end as TSM just tries to close out this match. Luna with no boost, same with Gus. He's going to try and collect a pad on his way. It bounces favorably, but Kaka is the first to that one and secures the game for TSM.
Yeah, TSM obviously both teams making their own mistakes. A few unforced errors on both sides during that game. The first one from Anthus on that backboard leading to a power goal, but it does feel a little more TSM dominant at the moment. Their pressure is just that little bit better. The ball has been caught in their offensive half for the majority of that game. Obviously, Power able to bring it back with a couple of goals, but just not enough to challenge TSM in that one.
A hat-trick there for Kaka, mostly off team efforts as well. The one real goal he generated himself was that speedy one out of defense. But a very good first game, and he's been known to do that in the past. He's been known to be a complete goal scorer, positional player, ready to strike when a good 50 comes through. There's a lot of trust in his teammates, and be a great sign here for TSM if they want to take this series comfortably, and they'll be thinking about last week where they got reverse swept. They need to think about how can they close out a series when they do get that early lead.
Yeah, definitely quite a skill, quite a talent to hang on to a lead. I think a lot of people forget kind of the willpower that goes into keeping that mental strength when you have the lead, not kind of I'm forgetting the word, but not getting complacent, I guess is what I'm trying to say, which I have seen some teams do in the past, and that's what leads to those kind of reverse sweep situations when teams think they're comfortably in the lead and then let go of it really easily.
They tend to try and maybe play a bit too conservatively, which is not how they got there in the first place. We'll tell you guys at home, there is a little bit of delay here. It wasn't Guru this time, though. It was Timmy, I think, who has chosen the wrong map for game number 2, so it's going to be just a little bit longer as we get into the correct map. How hard is it to change the map, guys? Come on.
Oh, I think
it's probably Guru's fault. Yeah,
it'd be easier said than done. I think a lot of things going on. I think I would mess this up quite a lot if I was adminning, so I don't blame them. It happens here and there.
Okay, so it's either Guru, Jaden's fault because they're acting so defensively in Twitch chat, which obviously means it's one of them. They're in the streamers Pants Armadillo or Honest Weasel, so I'm not even sure. It looks like we are heading into map number 2, and this time on Forbidden Temple.
Ooh, an early shot out of Power here, and Luna is credited for this one. The 50 off Anthus, off Gus on that sidewall. Luna comes in and just snipes that one. That's the kind of pace that Power need to match some of TSM's pace, and obviously it's paid off for them with this first goal.
First 6 seconds, then they're going to need to extend that lead as shown in the last game. But exactly what Luna is meant to do. Keep it simple, keep it safe. It's going to be in TSM's hands for now as they head towards the attacking half. Anthus does not have much boost to race Gus, and Gus has done well against the roof. Tried to get the extra flip reset. Does still get down to Caleb, who's going to be hounding them around the corner. Just tries to keep Kaka in the center of the pitch, and Kaka's done very well. Usually quite difficult to outplay a couple of people down the center of the pitch, but he still managed.
Definitely in the one play as well, to go under the first player, get the reset, go over the second. Definitely quite a talented player mechanically, and we're starting to see more and more of that as this game goes on. Ball is now in this midfield. Kaka with control here, gets it over the top of Gus, passes it to Anthus, but Luna's there, ready to read that save.
Anthus does like that position, in front of the ball, looking for the redirect, and he did manage to get a touch, but not quite enough of an angle to beat out the defense. That means that Power are still with a 1-goal lead. Both teams only one shot on the board, and the only difference has been the opening created early on. TSM trying to get one back. Zach Demo from Caleb stops the attack very quickly. Amphis removed from the field. The 50 was perfect, but nobody expecting it. Now Super Rocky off the roof right in front and just cleared out, so Power survived.
Gus does get demoed, but not before he gets that clear downfield, keeping Power alive in this play for now. They seem very boost-starved at the moment, though. Luna going to go for that backfield pad just to bring a little life into this for them. Caleb gets the challenge on no boost as well. Gus, all the time and space in the world, all the boost as well, gets the challenge on Kaka. Ball is in front of net, but Amphis does clear it away.
Been interesting to see Amphis kind of move back into his traditional role of being very far in front of the ball. Look at him again, in front of the ball, catches the touchdown to Kaka. This is why Amphis can be so dangerous. Look at where he was holding his position. His speed ahead of Caleb, who was not expecting him.
Yeah, Caleb just beaten to the ball by a mile there. And again, just defense sitting in net. I think it was a very good read from Parker nonetheless, but Power just not ready for that play.
Interesting kickoff strategy. I haven't seen that before from TSM. The slow down with the almost Spanish type kickoff. Couldn't quite get the speed afterwards because they used all their boost up to actually beat out the defenders on the recovery. We'll say, Borgie, that Kaka has all 4 goals so far from TSM. We have seen this before. Kaka has had a series where he scored 10 goals for the series, almost every single goal for his team a year ago, and almost gets goal number 5.
That was a lovely flick as well, and would have been a very impressive goal number 5 had he scored it. The Power just making it back to that one. Luna does send this ball towards their net, but Super Lucky ready to read that. Ball is still loose now. Amphis just trying to get it away, gets a reset, clears it into the middle of the field. Gus one-on-one with Super Lucky now though, gets it past him with the 50, but Amphis just getting in the way, right in front of that boost pad.
This has been a tricky defense, and it's not going to last long as Caleb finishes it off. Great pressure coming out from Power. They forced so many awkward touches as they were stealing boost away, and they finally finished that one off. So the lead again for Power after letting the first one go.
Definitely a position that Power want to be in right now after losing that first game to TSM. Looking for another goal though. They're not going to play too passively. They're not going to hold on to it just yet. Still a minute 30 left on the clock. Plenty of time for TSM to equalise, and Power want to put an extra goal into this buffer right now.
Managed to keep this midfield pressure quite well, especially with TSM hounding them in the backfield. It would have been very dangerous to lose a midfield challenge, and that's a great pass into centre, and Gus speeds it up. He kept his full boost tank of boost. Luna with 0 gets it to Caleb on the backboard. Good aggressive play to secure the 2-goal leads.
Fantastic team play as well, and it's great to see teams, creating those passing plays and not being selfish. Caleb maybe wasn't in the position to take the best shot himself, but could have gone for some sort of solo play. Instead, opted for that pass down in front of net. Much harder to read for any defender there. Luna wants a goal of his own though, comes in with this 50, playing aggressive here against Amphis. Super Lucky not expecting that, ball goes straight past him, and Power now up with a 3-goal buffer.
That's the goal you expect from Luna. Strong 50, reading his opponent straight in towards the net. It's the second goal of the game as well. I will say, it's not just this 4-1 that can give a lot of confidence, but we're seeing some really aggressive play, some confident play coming out from Gus, the player who I was maybe questioning the most before the series began. A very confidence-based player. Signs here in game 2 that he has that confidence, despite how strong and how important this match is.
Definitely needs to be wary of that mental game. A massive shot from Super Lucky there does hit that bar and not go in. Yeah, I definitely agree. We're seeing a lot of confidence out of Gus in this game, especially against such a strong team like TSM. It's all so important for mental game in World League.
10 seconds left, so that's all she wrote as Power 4-1 in game 2. Strong showing, getting off to that early start. Consistent performance, good passes as well coming out from them, and still When it comes to TSM, Kaka, the only player to have scored a goal for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't want to call it strange because, like you said, Kaka has had those games before or those series before, but Amphis and Super Lucky do feel a little bit quiet right now, not making the impact you'd usually see them to be making. Super Lucky in particular, a very aggressive player on field, sometimes just seems to be playing that little bit too passive right now for TSM's playstyle.
Something I'm kind of missing maybe from Super Lucky's play is that he's very often a full field type player, the sort of person who can take it from his backfield and make a play, whether it's going to lead to a shot or a pass from that kind of back area. He's not really getting those opportunities so far in this series, so maybe had to play a bit too much defense. Part of that goes to Power. I've been really impressed with their cohesion on the attack, with their ability to get some timely demos, their ability to put the ball into very difficult areas that they're able to win the race to. That's what led to a couple of their goals.
Definitely, and I think the other thing to note is that Power just seem to be setting, or at least in that game in particular, seem to be setting their goals up a lot better, seem to be creating those passing plays, looking for the demo on players as well, or looking to bump players in net to make sure that ball is going to go in, which I feel like we saw less out of TSM that game. You know, looking at the kind of stats of the game, TSM actually had more shots. They had 8 shots on the board compared to Power's 7. Was not reflected in the game score with Power winning 4-1. So it just feels like TSM are taking these off shots at the moment, shooting that little bit too wide, not creating enough space in net before they take the shot and giving Power some easy reads.
No doubt too much is going to change here in game 2, but it's an own goal from Amphis. He's been caught in front of the ball again, and to dire consequences.
Not what you are wanting to see, that's for sure. I think our first one of the night, unless there was an own goal in Series 1, but yeah, Amphis just caught a little bit out there, a little bit too slow to read that, to put the brakes on, and an own goal essentially goes on the board for Power.
That's the tough one. He shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Both of his teammates at that front post, front corner area, and Amphis kind of finds himself in the same spot. If he was coming through a bit wider in the net, he gets behind that ball and doesn't hit it towards his own goal. But that's what happens when you're in that nervous situation of your opponents being so close to your net. Potential chance for a quick goal ends up backfiring. Caleb, he's got some time here and doesn't get past the last.
Caleb, the ones player, quite an impressive ones player as well, had an opportunity there, but didn't read it well enough. Ball is loose now. It is in the air. Caleb, another opportunity, potentially gets a pass off, goes too wide though. No teammate there for the goal.
Lukaku over to Super Lucky, but Gus too quick for him.
Ooh.
That's a bit surprising. Is that one on target? It goes off the post. It's still in. Gus finishes it. And Power, the Wonder Kids, are 2-0 up.
A great read here from Gus. Beautiful to recognise that ball was going to roll out. Kaka not able to recognise that read there. Obviously the finisher as well puts that one in net, and Power are now up 2-0.
Starting to get a little bit of those vibes that we saw in Event 2 of Birmingham Splits, where Team Power, back then known as Scrims World, just started going on a magical tear, and it's Gus, the new player on this roster, in Game 3 on his own little tear.
There are definitely some question marks answered for Gus right now, trying to prove a point, show that he has that confidence, and he is taking control for Power right now, putting all of these shots into that net. I think the interesting thing for me about this roster, Yummy, is they're not, this Power roster or the old Scrims World roster, they're not the most aggressive team. I think we've got a lot more aggressive rosters in the top 8, but when they have their moments, when they're on, they're just very, very controlled. They can play that slow game really well and capitalize on the opportunities.
They've been very good at controlling. Oh my goodness, that one's not on target. Would have been Amphis' first goal for the series. Amphis in front again, flying left and right. As I was saying, they've done very well of controlling the play when they're in attack. And sometimes that's quite difficult when you're in that attacking half, when you're in the opponent's corner. You know, the respawns are in the defender's advantage. They have the sort of easy touches away from the net, and yet they've still done very well. Gus could have had his third. He's just put that one too high.
Just a little bit too high. I feel like a 4-goal lead or 4-0 lead in this game could have been the nail in the coffin, but we haven't seen it just yet. Maybe now, though, as Luna gets that pass straight down, finds Gus very, very easily there. The demo as well, taking one player out of this. Ampus, Kaka jumping to that one. Gus puts it into the right-hand corner. Power now up with a 4-goal buffer.
That's so impressive as well from Luna. An underrated mechanic, the fact that he jumped off the roof with the perfect timing. Can sometimes not really get that downwards momentum when you just land on the roof and jump back down, but he manages to catch up with the ball very quickly. That caught the defenders off guard. Everybody's looking like they're swiping their Opal cards though, because they're on the Gus bus. He's got his hat trick. Can he even get a few more in this game?
It really is the nerve coming out of Power right now. They're just holding themselves very well. There's not much panic. You're right, Yummy. When they're in offense in particular, it's that cool, calm, collected, that controlled gameplay that they have at the moment that is working wonders for them. They don't need to be super pacey. They don't need to be super fast. They bring it out when they need to, but it's not consistent throughout the game because they know how to play slow and passive as well.
They've kept this attack. I've been so impressed with their attack. Talked about it multiple times, but just their sustained pressure has made TSM look troublesome in defense. Looks like right there, like Super Lockie's desperate, just taking a straight shot on with the defender there because, well, Super Lockie didn't even have support in the follow-up. Luna trying to put the shot on. Little redirect back into center. Caleb no boost. He's just going to get that shot forward. Now Kaka with a bit of a panic of his own with 1 minute remaining. They're desperate to get even 1 goal on the board, and yet TSM still in defense.
Definitely put on the back foot here, TSM are, as Gus controls this ball to the roof there, just trying to buy a little time. That Power don't need to do much right now. I'm not saying completely park the bus, but just hold on to this a little longer. Ampus takes a shot. Luna with another save on the board. They've got 30 seconds left, 4 goals. It's looking unlikely for TSM, but yet the pressure is just unrelenting from Power in attack right now.
And it's another one for Gus. He's got 4. And he is screaming Power through to a massive lead. They're about to go 2-1 up in the series. And I'll be honest, I'm expecting a very quick timeout call from TSM after this game.
Oh yeah, definitely would be very, very surprised if TSM don't call a timeout after this one. How could you not? After looking like they're going to lose a game 5-0 here. Power are just unstoppable right now. Gus, Caleb going for another one. Gus with 4 on the board. Demo as well. 3 seconds left. This ball is going to drop, and Power are going to take this game 5-0 against TSM.
And I just heard this, folks, from Jaden. Little piece in my ear. Apparently, Morgie's prediction of Power does not count because she is employed by Power. What? So the prediction does not count. A pure bias pick, and we don't count it if Power win.
Wow. Yes, I am an employee, but I predicted against them before. I've maybe potentially risked losing my job over some past predictions. But like I said, no bias involved in this one. I had some belief in the team. They won an open, Yummy. TSM haven't yet. They've got this momentum.
Well, both of these teams experienced the reverse sweep against them last week. So we know that the danger is not over when they get close to winning. We do have a bit of a card change, but I didn't see the timeout call coming out from either of them.
No, I haven't seen that. Definitely surprising. Yummy, I know how you feel about timeouts, but TSM not taking this timeout, very strange, right?
Yeah, I'm always, of the opinion that you shouldn't wait till you need to win every single game before you take your timeout. And obviously, if TSM are to lose this game, then they'll have to win 3 in a row. Maybe backing the fact that, reverse sweep seemed very possible last week, so happy to try and go for it themselves.
Definitely strange. I feel like it has been a bit of a pattern, not just this Open, last Open, the Birmingham Opens as well, that it seems like a lot of teams really do wait until they are in that reverse sweep situation to take the timeout. It's not something we've just seen recently. It seems to be consistent, and I would love to speak to coaches and ask why, for the teams that do have coaches.
Big shout out to Guru, Jade and Timmy, who have managed to change the map for this game. So we actually get into it on time. We love to see it. And that also might help out if you're a power fan, as they stay with the momentum. Although Ampha's trying to drain that momentum away. Got one demo on the backboard, look for the second. And well, it's a good start here for TSM. They obviously have that confidence that they could turn it around, given they didn't call the timeout.
Ampha's looking to shadow defend Caleb, but there in the corner does come away with the ball, but Gus off this sidewall again, all the confidence in the world at the moment, fakes it out, the follow-up as well from Luna to sink this ball, but let's look at this one again, goes off the roof, doesn't get that follow-up touch, I don't know if it was intentional or not, Super Lucky gets the touch there, Luna is ready for that one though, because the ball was just not cleared.
Nah, such an impressive play from Gus. He intentionally left that. You know, it's a simple play that anyone can make, but you got to have the right decision making. It forced the awkward clear out from Super Lucky. Again, I've just been so impressed with the power attack. It's not trying to make crazy solo plays. It's just trying to beat out some one player with a smart decision. It's about keeping the pressure on that defense, and just very difficult to make such smart decisions when you have so little time in a game like Rocket League.
Absolutely. It's not always about the mechie plays, but a player's read of the field instead. Sometimes, obviously, defenders, they were looking toward a flip reset or something, or something a little bit more mechie and weren't able to read the fake. But nonetheless, I do agree, very smart play indeed coming from Australia.
Well, there's been a few more attacking opportunities coming out from the power roster, but can't say that TSM willing to sit down just yet. Here's their chance as this one's going to go waterfalling down. Caleb plays it very, very slowly out from the corner. Understands where the rest of TSM's players are. Great pitch read though. Ampha's trying to mess them up with a big dunk, and now caught backwards. That one's going off the post, and Kaka with no boost gets it to the side. I mean, Kaka scored those first 4 goals and hasn't been really able to get on the board since.
Almost a bump on Super Lucky from Gus there as well, but doesn't connect. Could have been the opportunity Power needed to be an extra goal up than they are now. Super Lucky looking for this clear though. Luna just waiting on the wall, trying to challenge him. A shot from Super Lucky, not quite on target though.
It did feel like if Super Lucky was to get enough change of angle for that to be on target, that he'd also maybe take a bit too much pace off the ball anyway. Still got a chance here for Power to get this second goal lead. It's going to hang around in this back corner, but that's a brilliant clear, leaving Gus to take this back to his own half. The misread right in front of the net. Double commit coming out. Gus has to save him, and he does so well. Caleb just needs to get a quick shot on, but he was in an awkward position.
Ampha's just enough pace on that one to make it back as well, and challenge from that forward position on the field rather than playing defense. From a third-man position, he's playing defense from a first-man position. Makes it very interesting. Gus with a shot here, sends it high, doesn't hit the crossbar, goes right into the top of that net, and Power are now up by 2.
Make no fuss, in comes Gus, straight shot over the top of Super Lucky. Keep it simple, that's what Power have been doing, and it is working to perfection right now against TSM. Really hasn't felt like TSM scored a goal since game 2.
TSM definitely struggling right now against a very, very quick, very controlled Power. Ampha's taking this to the backboard, was a double, doesn't have enough boost for it though. Ball does get red. Going into this midfield again. We're going to go underneath Kaka. He does get the touch, he does get the 50. Super Lucky jumps to avoid the demo as well. Yep. TSM caught in this corner.
That's what I've been talking about with TSM. Super Lucky is usually so good in that back half for the play, but in time, he eventually gets the demo to set one up for Amphas. Little backflip flick to get that one past Luna as he gets demoed out of the play, and TSM find themselves back in it.
Luna has been doing a fantastic job in defense. It feels this series has had a lot of saves on the board and has been key to Power's defense, I would say. So smart to take him out of that one. Haven't seen a lot of demos on defense from TSM, on Power's defense throughout this series. So maybe that will be the key to them equalizing this.
Even still 50 seconds and TSM still up against the pump as Luna's going to keep this in their back corner, and it feels like right now Power understand all they need to do is keep this ball in that blue half. Kaka takes this one high, has the flip, is going to get it, but Luna played for both scenarios and manages to block him out.
Spectacular read from Luna there, not committing to that low ball or the high ball there. Kaka goes too high on the shot. 20 seconds, Yummy, less than 20 seconds. TSM need to equalize now, but it's not looking good for them.
It's been so long since Kaka even got a chance to shoot on goal since that second game that if we got how that was their golden opportunity, an easy one into the top of the net, and it looks like TSM going to be thinking about that for a while. Although Kaka high, maybe he can make up for it, gets the touch, gets bumped away. Power on to match point.
Power have been playing so well, so dominant in this series. TSM just struggling right now. Feels like they're scrambling in defense, they're scrambling in offense, they're not putting the shots on. Kaka's gone quieter than he was the first couple of games right now, and it's not looking too good for TSM in this series. We are going to get a timeout from them.
After such an impressive first couple of games from Kaka, with his striking in particular being the point of note, they're going to use a timeout here to think about how that could have gone differently. As you said, I would have liked that to be called earlier. Now they find themselves needing to win 3 in a row.
Definitely not the position they want to be in. It is a tricky feat to win 3 games in a row, although Power have managed to do that themselves. They're just looking like the stronger team right now. TSM just not adapting too well in this game, not bringing that aggression that might make the difference for them here. We saw how that aggression coming out of TSM resulted in that 1 goal in that game, but they haven't scored much throughout this series.
Both of these teams were reverse swept last week, so something that I would assume that both of them will have worked on is finishing out a series when they are on match point, which maybe TSM would have liked to have been in this situation a bit more in the first event. Now they find themselves up against a team who are probably confident that they can close it out, but we will see exactly what changes. Maybe they can get Super Locky a bit more involved, but I think a lot of what's been going on for TSM hasn't necessarily been down to them playing badly, but how well Power have been able to control the possession, the boost, and the pressure on that TSM net.
Yeah, Power really looking like the type of team that could win opens and have done so at fairly recently. So I think they've found their rhythm. Gus has been brought in as well to replace Laxon, and Gus is really proving that he is quite a threat on this side right now. So can they keep up this momentum? They really are a top side in this.
These two teams came 3rd to 4th last week. They are both close in contention for the major, and the losers of this do go down into the lower bracket to verse probably their next closest rivals, the Healthy Chiefs. So a must-win series, and Power, well, match point here and already off to a good start in game number 5.
Just those question marks around, have they learned to hang on to a series? Can they finish this one out? Can they take control over TSM? Or is TSM's timeout buff going to make a difference here? We will see. Maybe they've had a bit of time to chat and to discuss tactics, to work out how they're going to adapt against this very strong Power side right now.
So far, early signs say that TSM want to go even more aggressive, and in particular with Amphis, who is already playing quite far in front of the ball early in the series. He's now spent the first 30 seconds odd just chasing out Power members through their back half. He's had to go back into his defense for now, but might be the signs of what we see throughout the rest of this game, but they've been stuck on the back foot. This has been the problem for TSM, is that Power have been too good at winning the race to most balls, of getting the demos once again here on Amphis. Now, gotta find a way to break that control.
Power are just playing smart right now as well. I think the difference... Oh my gosh. Somehow have managed to just get that out of net after that was so close a couple of times to sinking there.
It was on the line for longer than pretty much any ball I've ever seen before. Off the corner, off the roof, and manages to get that one out. Difficult situation here as Caleb, maybe looking for the double, pinches it down, but Luna had gone to grab the boost. Yeah, we talk about their intelligence and being able to control the game. That's maybe a situation where it has bit them, left them back on this 0-all scoreboard. Chance to completely take the series right here as Caleb's going to slowly take it out of defense.
Feels like momentum has shifted a little bit here where TSM was caught in their half for a good period at the start of this game. It feels like Power is now in that position. Super Lucky going in for the challenge here with no boost, does make it to the ball in time. Kaka with a send to that backboard, but Caleb ready to read that one. The demo on Gus as well, taking someone out of defense here. It's looking like it's only a matter of time before TSM scores, but Gus does get it away.
He's got to be hit right here from Amphis. This is where he's got huge boost advantage. If he can make the play, it will lead to a goal. Luna hanging on that backboard where he's got only chance to make control. Caleb gets beaten. Amphis passed. There's still no boost left at all on Power, and yet they're still managing to hold on. Caleb comes through. Luna with a 50 of his own, but it had to break eventually, and Amphis finds the room behind the defense.
Only a matter of time. You're right, Yummy. Just so little boost on that Power side. Everyone rotating through, grabbing those small pads, TSM starving Power of their big pads as well. They did well to hold on for as long as they did, but TSM, just the pressure put on was the straw that broke the camel's back there.
Felt inevitable, and of course it was. That's the start that TSM wanted. They haven't been able to get the first goal since that first game in the series. Now they've managed to get themselves into what would surely be a comfortable position. No, that's not the touch from Super Lucky. Kaka maybe breathing a sigh of relief that Caleb didn't have quite enough power on that.
Yeah, not the read that Caleb could have made on that one. Kind of put it into the hands of TSM defense. Amphis trying to get it out, gets 50. Gus with this centered ball. Can Luna get there in time? No, Super Lucky does beat him to it. We're going to go back down the other way. A demo on Caleb takes the third man out. Amphis capitalizes on that opportunity. TSM now up by 2.
We kind of expected that from how they came out at the beginning of this game, swinging forward, looking for demos. Super Lucky this time, getting involved forward, willing to push up for that last demo. And what a turnaround it's been from TSM so far. Only 1 minute remaining in this game. They've had full control though. Luna, what a pass to Gus. Well, they can't be counted out for too long.
Beautiful play here. The reset, the delay, a slight delay on that flip as well to bring that defender in, to send it over the top and allow that to go off as a pass instead of a shot. Power definitely fighting back a little bit. A minute left on the clock though. They need another just to equalize.
Luna showing a little bit of his mechanics there. Gets the double touch. Kaka beaten. Backboard awkward as both Amphis and Super Lucky commit to this one. Super Lucky did manage to pull out and keep his boost. Gus with the demo, but needed to get rid of Kaka as well. 40 seconds remaining. They didn't push too hard. The attempted pass has gone completely awry, but manages to keep it out.
It was almost feeling like had Gus not gone for that demo, he could have shot, but what a play this was. Power going to take it full field back down the other way. Gus with that challenge. Caleb drops that ball down as well. Wow, oh wow, we have an equalizer.
A little surprising that Super Lucky played it that way, going up the backboard. Didn't have any demo pressure on him, but maybe expected the shot to come in a bit slower. If he'd stayed on the ground, he would have been quicker to that ball. they've also had a lot more control and the ability to turn mid-direction. Caleb can't get it in. It's off the post as well. Matter of millimeters between a Power victory and a potential overtime.
No, Power, that could have been it. That would have been the end of this series, but nonetheless, the ball is going to drop down. We're going to take this to OT. They could still be moments away from winning the series. Both players faking it out on that kickoff. But my, oh my, we have an OT here.
8 seconds. Kickoff has not led to that immediate goal, so we'll see most likely some really defensive, conservative gameplay coming out from both of these teams. Both know how important not just this series, but obviously this game is. TSM don't get this one past the midfield line just yet. It has been in Power control for this 30-second overtime.
That it has, although Kaka with a nice reset to get it over the top here, still in control of this ball, right to that backboard, but Caleb takes over. It's a reset of his own. Zero boost on the follow-up. Gus is going for the bump! Doesn't take out the player! The shot doesn't go in, but that was close, and Power are looking like they have more opportunities here at the moment, unless Caleb gets caught out in front of net here, just enough on the 50 to get it away.
Out of defense, he has Caleb in support. The pre-jump, but just gets a bit too much power on that first touch. Kaka ends up shooting that towards the net and makes it a little awkward for Super Lucky, who has no booster trying to get back. Luna lands on it, and that's a little unfortunate for them, but they have managed to work it out. The demo may work in their favor as Gus gets delivered the ball. Kaka in defense and holds out.
Holds out just for now, but it's looking good from Power, although Gus does get taken out of this play. Caleb going for the solo, trying to get it past Kaka. Doesn't manage to do so just yet. Gus jumps with no boost. Does put it to that corner towards Luna, although Super Lucky is lurking. It is a very fast-paced back and forth game at the moment, Yummy.
That was a risky one from Caleb, but he had to go for it and manages to get a solid 50 out. Otherwise, it would have almost led to a goal. Super Lucky gets 50'd out by Luna. 2 minutes on the clock. Here's Caleb in a 1v1 against Super Lucky, and Super Lucky up to the task. That was a difficult situation that Super Lucky was left in, out of position and without friends, and just manages to hold on.
Gus in trouble here. Amphis almost puts that one on net, or does put that on net, but Gus was ready for that save just in case. Luna gets 50, Super Lucky puts it into the center. Gus has to jump for that save from Kaka and does get it away. A pass from Luna looking for Caleb, gets the 50. Super Lucky saves it. My, oh my, this is intense.
There's been a few close ones from Super Lucky. That time he managed to just squeak it out using everything. That one's going to hang in the middle. Super Lucky has to back off. Gus has room on this. Beats Super Lucky. Doesn't quite beat Kaka. The extra touch from Super Lucky. Another maybe misfortunate one for the defense. 3 minutes here into overtime. The pressure truly on TSM as they need to get another touch around. The attack continues as Luna has the flip. Past one. Gus is there. Just blocked out by Kaka, but that's all the boost for Kaka. Only Super Lucky left with anything in the tank, and that's all you need.
Wow, it is feeling like Power have had so many shots right now, and Luna, that's the nail in the coffin, that's the dagger, the snipe into that net. Gus off that side wall, drops it down slightly with the tiny little touch there. Amphis cannot read that one, and Power take this series.
A lot of great team play coming out in those really dicey, fast plays in offense from Power. This time it was the fake right in front of the net that secures the deal, but Power had so much pressure in that overtime. Really showing us, I'd say, Formal, a completely new asset or aspect of Power, the control that they had over this series.
Yeah, they just, after game number one, I'm sure the TSM fans out there, they're feeling confident, controlled, rivals in the lower bracket on top of Power, and then Lunar happened, Gus happened, Caleb happened. Like, they just bounced back. And I mean, for Power right now, this is the best possible result because they're most likely going to be in the bracket half without Wildcard. They'll probably get I'm Fine in the West if things go as they play out for a chance for the top 2. Now TSM is against Chiefs. That could knock the Chiefs down, and all of a sudden Power, number 2 spot, maybe even number 1 if things really go their way. This is fantastic.
Yeah, they're just looking like a massive threat right now. They're just playing so well together. The dynamic in that roster is obviously working really well for them. TSM, we talked about it during the past, Yummy, but particularly at first in the start of that series, it didn't look like they were playing poorly. They were playing pretty well, but Power were just outplaying them every step of the way.
It is a promising sign. We always get this sort of false bravado, though. Like, maybe this is the team that will take down Wildcard. Maybe they're looking good. Wildcard always seems to come out on top. We're going to see what kind of form Wildcard is up next. During this break, by the way, show Monty some love. I'm sure he's molding right now about how things went. And then come back here for Game 4. It's going to be I'm Fine in the West taking on Wildcard when we come back.
We're backing up, taking control. We're not going to hear from Formal anymore. He doesn't let anyone else talk. I'm not going to let him talk. We go to the upper bracket to figure out who's going to be joining our Elite Top 4. Morgie, all I care about is your opinion. How are we feeling about our last match of the day?
I feel like all matches tonight have had their own level of excitement, but always keen to see Wildcard play, although I mean, both rosters are talented. I think it'll be a good series, but this is probably the one I was more confident on being more of a lockout than the other two that I've been on for so far. I think that Wildcard they're just so impressive as a team, and this is going to look scary for I'm Finding the West.
Formal, you thumbs up, thumbs down on Wildcard? Yeah, okay. Fine in the West, though. We saw them in the group stage. They took down Healthy Chiefs. It's not their first win as well. They got a great win over... Wait, was it Healthy Chiefs last week as well? Yeah, well, they've had an incredible start. They just weren't able to get the placement last week. So... it'll be up to Laxon, I'd say. Today, we're thinking, Morgie, Laxon is going to be the difference maker?
Could potentially be. I think, honestly, my watching I'm Finding the West play lately, I've been keeping an eye on Rez in particular. I feel like has been that kind of difference maker for this side, but more difficult, like I said, when you're coming up against a roster like Wildcard to have those moments where he can shine like that.
Well, we do have as well something very important, Morgie. Both teams have a coach. I'm expecting good timeout calls. No longer waiting until you're needing to win every single game in the rest of the series, not needing to win 3 or 4 in a row before the timeout gets called. And I have got some word from the producer that he's paid good money for Formal to actually be here. We have to let him talk a little bit. So... you got any predictions there that we can kind of think of? Formal?
One sentence. Wildcard wins today. I'm Finding the West wins it all tomorrow.
Interesting.
I don't know if it was worth the money. Let's put him back on mute. Morgie, surely we have got Finding the West.
To win this series?
Come on, you went for power in the last series despite it being the worst pick and you just got lucky.
No. That was not luck in the slightest. And I wouldn't call this game luck either. I wouldn't call Wildcard winning a series luck, Yummy. What do you mean? I'm with Wildcard.
No, I'm saying your prediction was lucky in the last one.
No luck in it. All skill. Like my prediction for this one is based on skill as well, which is why I'm going for Wildcard.
I think we've all got Wildcard here again. We've predicted against them in the past, thinking that maybe a team would be on form to beat them. It hasn't ever proven to be a good prediction. So we're going to have Wildcard across the board. I'm sure Twitch chat have it as well. Let's get into the game.
All right, I'm unshackled. I'm unchained, Morgie. I'm back. Here we go. Final game of the day. Look, I have a lot of thoughts, obviously, about this one. Wildcard has to be the favorites. I mean, again, there is one player, though, who is consistently kind of taking this team down, and it's Laxon, and it's I'm Finding the West taking the first goal.
I stand by my word in saying that I think Rez has been that playmaker recently for I'm Finding the West. I feel like any time, obviously I've been working during some of the casts lately, but when I have been tuned in or when I have seen this team played, I feel like I tune in and I see a goal coming out of Rez whenever I tune into broadcast. So I think that he could make the difference here. Obviously has put that first goal on the board as well, but I don't know if it's going to be enough coming up against Wildcard.
Yeah, I will see. Again, we have to go back to Regional 2, which is pretty much the equivalency of this spot. Last time Wildcard didn't take a Regional, and it was against a Laxon team, and it was against a Laxon team that took them down both in this round and in the grand final. Add Rez looking stronger and stronger. Add Scrub being a consistent force. I mean, their defense, I would argue, is what took them over the top of a very aggressive Chiefs yesterday. And if that same defense can play as well against an aggressive Wildcard, well, they're very much in the hunt. And with the 1-goal lead they've already found, I mean, it's the perfect start for that upset for Finding the West.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at Laxon as that, that factor in, Laxon's team has taken down Wildcard in the past, then you're kind of throwing in Rez and Scrub over Luna Rez and Scrub over Luna and Caleb, which I think obviously there's different dynamics in that. I think both of these rosters are playing well right now, but with that dynamic change, I think that I don't know. I think that's a hard call for me.
It is going to be a hard call. Banana Head reset towards the net, not going to find the goal. I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate. You got to throw power in the mix for sure, but I feel like coming into this regional, more so now, TSM and Chiefs are looking like they maybe regress a little bit. Chiefs looked amazing today. I'm taking some of it off of yesterday, which some people would say doesn't count, but it does feel as I'm finding the West may have stepped up. Fever, though, still saying I'm king.
Yeah, definitely can't go past Fever when it comes to consistency. The pace on that one saw Laxon go up for that squishy save. Laxon, maybe whether or not he realized Laxon had no boost and couldn't make it any further jump to that one. Nonetheless, Fever has put that in the net. Gets a demo of kickoff as well, leaving Banana Head to take on a 2-on-1. Scrub there to clear it away.
Fever still around the corner, wants to find Torsos and does. Now Torsos will, a little bit slow on the pushback the other side. Laxon does enough to disrupt it, and that actually could set up Scrub now. Puts it on target, not quite in. Banana Head around the corner. One into more attackers coming from the Westies, and we don't get too much more after that. Scrub back corner, does pick up the boost. Gets demoed though, loses it. Laxon now has to recover and maybe get to this play. It's Rez who gets there first. Laxon tries to bail him out. Awkward challenge, but Rez gets the clear.
Still tied game at the moment, but we'll have to take the conversation back a little bit, a slight bit, to kind of talking about the Chiefs' performance in the GSL stage. It just makes me wonder, speaking of consistency and speaking of Wildcard being that really consistent team and Power looking consistent at the moment, both Chiefs and Power were taken to game 5 by Nuka Poofers. So it's hard to and you saw how Power were playing today as well. They were playing out of their minds against
all
GSM.
what this means is Nookles Pookles got robbed of a top 8. Good goal from Scrub though, off the post and in. 2-1 lead. I'm fighting the West, continuing to show up.
That they are against a wild card that seems to be lacking a little bit at the moment, but I guess to throw another spanner in the works from the GSL stage yesterday, I'm finding the West team right now who are looking spectacular at the beginning of this first game. Lost 0-3 to Scrims World as well. So it's just looking like they've turned the page
that
today.
That was in the Swiss stage?
Sorry, that was in the Swiss, sorry.
Scrims,
not the
Swiss,
GSL.
Swiss, okay. About to say, look, Swiss is the stage that really doesn't matter. All right, that's the stage you just got to get through. And at the moment, tell me that this I'm Fighting the West team doesn't look as strong, or if not stronger than Scrims, who did win their series against Retired. Don't get me wrong, but that wasn't against Wildcard. 3-1 up now. The Westies still looking so good.
It just seems that all the teams that flailed a little in the Swiss stage and the GSL, being Power, Chiefs, and I'm Finding the West, have turned around completely today and are proving themselves to be a strong team. I'm Finding the West just looking so great right now. And they're jumping to that save. The ball's gone loose to the midfield, but Rez going to make it back in time for that one.
Yeah, that they do, but Banana Head still's going to put a shot on. Diving save Laxon, follow up clear from Scrub. And this is that defense that I'm Fighting the West, I think, is becoming more and more known for. These diving saves, clutch moments, they always seem to just hold on.
Banana Head now seeking a shot of his own, but Rez does get that 50. A fake out there as well occurs. Scrub's going to take a long shot. Banana Head dives to that save and does get a touch on it. Just enough to keep them alive in this one. But Wildcard, 2-goal deficit right now. 20 seconds left on the clock. This will be a hard one for them to come back from. There's time, but I don't know if there's enough.
I don't know either. 2 goals, 15 seconds, unless Fever had the magic touch. Fever didn't even get to take the touch. That's going to do it. I'm Finding the West looking mighty fine to start off this series. They're going to take game number 1, Morgie. Wildcard. Look, we can say all we want about the reverse sweeps last week and, or 2 weeks ago and everything about that, and we're far away from it. But if you want to make a statement game against Wildcard, come out swinging. This is how you do it. Great stuff from the team in orange.
Oh, absolutely. I'm finding the West have just come out swinging this one. They want the early lead on Wildcard. They want to push Wildcard into a position where they have to use that timeout. They have to try and get a, potentially a reverse sweep if I'm finding the West keep up this momentum they have right now. But Wildcard, they just seem a little quieter than usual. They don't have that aggression that I would usually expect out of them. Maybe they're just taking a little time to warm into this series, but I would expect that aggression, those bumps, those demos, those 50s that lead exactly where they need them to are still yet to come.
And that was something that was kind of lacking from the Chiefs' attack against Fine in the West as well. And I'm starting to wonder if this is a circumstance of scrims against this team where people think maybe they don't have to be aggressive against them, or B, and I need to watch a little bit more closely, and as I would encourage all of you watching along as well, how Fine in the West is setting themselves up defensively to avoid bump pressure, avoid demo pressure, because I don't think Wildcard is the type of team to just, not do any of that, right? Like, they would definitely look to be aggressive, so I'm kind of curious to see where they sit.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a skill that I think some of the, even the top 8 teams, I was going to say top 16 teams in particular, don't really focus on, is avoiding that kind of aggression. You can say to a team, hey, you need to focus on being more aggressive. You need to focus on bumps and demos and chasing those aggressive plays when appropriate, not obviously out of rotation. But there's not usually a lot of talk on focusing on avoiding those kind of plays when you come up against those aggressive teams. And Wildcard have proven themselves to have that play style in the past, to be speedy, to be aggressive. So if they focus on, in training, on avoiding that play, then it can really, really work to their benefit.
Yeah, a lot of things to watch out for. We'll see what happens. Wildcard down 1 game, kicking off game number 2 underway, and straight away Torsos gets a demo on Scrub. Fever already looking for bumps on Rez, who barely avoids it. Yeah, Wildcard, they're coming out a little bit meaner right now in game number 2.
That they are indeed. The pressure is on already right from the get-go. Torsos taking that boost pad as well in the corner. I'm liking the boost starting, the resource management out of Wildcard as well. Definitely very characteristic of them, but it's going to throw a spanner in the works, or I'm fine in the West if they continue to do so.
Yeah, we'll see Laxon right now across the middle, straight to Banana Head. Scrub actually went for a bump, doesn't find it. Rez now goes center. And Scrub, a little bit too slow for the shot. That allows Torsos a fast pace back to the other side. Laxon, awkward play, but it's still caught by Rez. Fever, dunk. Torsos up for it. Banana Head's right behind as well. Here comes the banana. They don't quite, though, peel it in. Instead, we stay 0 all.
Laxon with the clear does find Rez, who gets that nice redirect to the backboard, but pretty slow and pretty easy for Torsos to read. Not much of a threat in that touch just yet. Ball goes into the center. Scrub with full boost though does get that read, does take it to the wall, gets a reset, puts it into the hands of Banana Head. Again, we're caught in the corner. The ball goes in front of net. Not a shot just yet. Torsos comes through though with the follow-up. 1, 2, 3 players involved in that. 3 players in net unable to make the save, and Torsos puts Wildcard on the board.
Yeah, Rez's touch, I mean, it was a good save, but it got a little bit too far out in front of them, and Laxon, you can see, was just unable to peel it back in time. A little bit unfortunate for I'm fine in the West, but that's what Wildcard will do. A moment of hesitation, you will expect them to score. Torsos does just that. Early lead for Wildcard here in game number 2.
Torsos, no boost in the tank, calls out to Banana Head to come in for that one. Fever on his own in net, does enough just to stay alive. Laxon putting this ball to the center. Fever doesn't get the touch. 1-on-1, Rez on Torsos, and Torsos gets it away.
Torsos gets it to the upper corner, but Fever still is going to try to create something. Scrub, no boost, has to abandon the play. Torsos looks for a wave dash bump from behind on Laxon, doesn't find him, and the ball kind of remains stuck in the middle of the field. Here comes Scrub to Laxon. Ooh. Normally you'd expect them to connect on that, Morgie. Instead, shot goes well awry.
Yeah, probably feeling a little bit of pressure. Obviously coming a little bit of elation after that first game, taking a game off Wildcard right from the beginning, but maybe a little confusion as to what has changed and how they need to adapt. So yeah, passing plays not just connecting as well as they need to at the moment. Fine in the West, they really need to keep their heads tight in this one.
That they do, but Banana Head's got space to work with no boost on Laxon. Still gets the save, and Strub finds the clear. That's the West defense we've been seeing more and more of. Counterattack nearly hits its mark, but Fever says, hey, I can play defense too. Great save.
Spectacular read from Fever on that one. And back down the other end in defense from Scrub. Rez taking this one into offense, looking for the pass down, cannot connect. Defense going to get in the way there and pinch the ball away. Nine Ahead looking for an opportunity on net, seeking a goal. Torsos, unselfish play here, passes that ball off that backboard, centers it enough for a teammate here. We have Fever collecting that goal.
Yeah, that was a great 1-2-3 situation too, because you have to remember Torsos finds that pass because Banana Head drew so much pressure into himself and wasn't it allowed, you know, Westies to be a little bit too slow to react. Now off the kickoff, Laxon off the roof, but ball too far in front. Not going to get the quick responding goal. 100 seconds left. This is looking a lot better for Wildcard here in our second game.
Yeah, they're looking far more in control of the gameplay. It seems like they have more of an action plan into the moves they're making at the moment, which I feel like I had less to say about in the first game. It seemed far more that the plays were going the way of Icon in the West. Obviously, goal-wise they did, but Wildcard just looking more collected now.
That they are as Laxon goes side to Rez, shot on. A little bit high, and Banana Head was there, so everything's still under control. 1:05 to go. Full boost for Banana Head off their own backboard. Not a psycho. In fact, not even past the middle of the field, but Laxon nowhere near the play. Open net for Fever, and this looks like game 2 is done.
Yeah, Fever not going to miss these. Laxon, I think Laxon was third man there, had pushed up just that little bit too far. Scrub went for the demo as well, leaving nobody in net, leaving it completely wide open. The easiest shot I've seen, I think, throughout tonight. And Fever does get credited for that.
And this is looking very much more the return to form for Wildcard. We saw the aggression straight away. Even now when we're watching Laxon's POV, you can see the bumps and demos are kind of going towards that backside. And yeah, this is what you would hope to see from a Wildcard squad for the fans of the team, hoping they can continue their dominant oceanic run. Banana Head doesn't quit the full 50 against Laxon, but eats enough time. So we're going to be tied going into game 3.
Something I think from that play just there, I think it was Scrub who took that full field shot, just kind of showing the difference between the two sides right now in defense. Fever was already all the way back in net after being in that offensive play to begin with. Just the rotations are so much faster out of Wildcard right now. I can't say the same out of Fine in the West. They seem to be leaving the net open at times, seem to be pushing up too aggressively. It just seems like they're not adapting well to this changing gameplay in Wildcard gameplay.
Yeah, it was a tough one for them for certain. I mean, a few times, Laxon in particular, not quite in the position where they needed to be. That stands out to me just because historically Laxon is there making those plays happen. I'm still liking the play, though, from Fine in the West. I definitely don't want to count them out just yet, but getting shut out against Wildcard, seeing the shot differential as well. I mean, when Wildcard starts to perform to that fast, aggressive style, this is what you get, and it was a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, definitely Wildcard have turned the heat on. They have a lot more pace than they did in that first game, and their shots are just sinking when they need them to. Again, just the rotations are so much sharper than we saw out of Unfun in the West in that game as well. So just it seems like Wildcard are making smarter decisions. Their read of the field is a lot better as well. Although I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't it for Unfun in the West. I think that they can do a little more to bring it back. I would expect maybe if they lose this game that, you know, I'm gonna pull a yummy here, but hope that they then use their time out early and don't wait until they're on series point. But I have a feeling that Wildcard are going to continue this momentum until that break is made.
I also kind of feel like, again, Laxon is always due for at least one pop-off game per series. We haven't seen it in the first two. Maybe game 3 is where it comes out. Wildcard, I imagine they're going to keep doing what they're doing, continue that aggressive play. As we get ready to go, 5 more minutes on the clock, we will see who takes game 3 and takes the lead in this series.
And a kickoff is going to happen. Both are going to go for it. No fakes on this occasion. Fever looking to go towards this net. Bumps are happening left, right, and center. Although Wildcard has kept possession for now. Laxon's going to try and get this one out though. Fever ready on that sidewall without any boost to read it. Banana takes that middle boost pad as well. Gets demoed though. Maybe an opportunity here. The double is coming, but Fever reads the save.
Yeah, Fever very fortunately was rotating back at the time. Torsos actually thought was going to continue to kind of play it forward. It does enough to get Wildcard on the attacking side, at least momentarily. Crazy pass found by Rez. But Laxon can't stay with it, so Scrub tries to slow it down. Torsos says, no, you do not slow it on my pitch. Sets up Banana Head, and it's a 1-0 lead.
Here's the aggression that we need and want out of this side right now. Rez doesn't jump for that one. Banana Head comes in with that challenge. 50's Rez. Rez obviously being the lower player in that play. Banana Head going over the top, puts that one into net. Wildcard are on the board early.
Yeah, early lead and 4 unanswered for the Wildcard side now, as they are starting to get more and more of a grip on this series. Fever off the top, won't find anybody underneath. Not straight away. Banana Head looks for Torsos. Nope, stays with it. Then finds Torsos. And oh no! That came off Scrub.
Another own goal of the night after a very impressive one, I have to say, from Evans in our last series. Scrub puts one on net for Wildcard. Not the right net, not the way you want that to go. Wildcard now have a 2-goal buffer.
Does Rez get the assist for that as well? Like, do they both get points on the scoreboard for that? That's kind of how it came across. Just, you know, the pinch goes the wrong way. It is what it is. And another goal for Fever, another goal for Wildcard.
It was a team play, that's for sure. I think both contributing to that one, but look how awkward things got here for Laxon was backwards. Rez and Scrub just didn't look like they were in the right position there at front post, and it was an easy shot for Fever.
It was a very easy tap through after the kickoff, and now it's the same score as our last game. We're not even a minute and a half in. Wildcard looking very dominant right now, still arguably in the early stages of the series. We'll see if they can continue that momentum. I mean, if I'm finding the West right now, I'm thinking we got to get at least 1 goal. We got to put one up on them. 6 unanswered. A series does not make.
Definitely, they cannot let it fall apart like this. It feels almost like even if the timeout buff is taken, Wildcard, they're just on such a sweeping momentum right now. They're hungry for this one. They let the first game go. They've decided they're not going to let that happen again. And they are coming in hot on this net right now.
That they are. And this is, you know, kind of why Wildcard is that scary team. It's why they are, you know, still considered the top dogs in the region. They can just score so fast, so quickly, so efficiently. And before you know it, well, you're down 2, 3, 4 goals and already thinking next, and then the series kind of gets away from you. So right now, 3-0 up, still half a game to go. I'm finding the West hasn't really even put a shot on since this score has become this way. This is the first real chance they've had from Rez. That will count as a shot. Their first shot of the game, Morgie, and it comes after the halfway point.
Definitely not what they're wanting. It's surprising after that first game that we've only had that one shot come out of I'm fine in the West right now. The second game was disappointing as well, but hoping they could have brought it back a little here. Wildcard just keeping them out though, not allowing them to create any opportunities. They're getting locked and 50'd in this midfield. The ball's being taken off them at every opportunity, and they're just unable to create any offensive pressure right now.
Yeah, they haven't just found much at all, although whenever you think they have something, it's usually Fever. I've noticed who's been back there making the stop, making the save, keeping things controlled, and it feels like, yeah, just smart gameplay from Wildcard. They get the early lead. Now they're playing a bit more conservative. They're controlling, you know, the opportunities from both sides realistically. A minute and a half remaining. Again, there's been a couple more shots from I'm Fine the West, but nothing really threatening, and it's looking more and more like it. So Wildcard 2-1 series lead.
Even now looking for that double. It looked like it was going to go in. I don't know if Rez did make a save there, but I don't know if he made the difference when it's completely on target or if it's going to bounce out. Nonetheless, it did not sink. We're back down the other way. A shot here, maybe an opportunity from Laxon, but he puts that too high. that could have been that one goal they needed for me.
Rez as well, so close, but Torsos diving back makes the save. Too much pressure, though, for Wildcard to handle. It's Scrub who seals the deal and gets I'm Fine in the West on the board.
Definitely wouldn't be bad for the mental game right now for I'm Fine in the West to score that one and bring it back a little bit, bring that scoreline a little bit closer. But I have to say, Formal, it does feel like it's too little too late this game with how the Wildcard have been playing.
For this game, maybe. For the next game, maybe not. I don't know. Just breaking that 6-goal streak against them, that's got to amount for something, right? I also have to imagine we are going to be seeing the timeout, especially with Torsos doing that 4-1 lead. Wildcard just really putting their foot down.
Definitely, that goal in particular would be very hard for I'm Fine in the West. Had they just kept Wildcard out for the rest of this game, it could have been enough, like you said, to have that momentum going into the next game. But to lose another one right off the back of their first goal, after 6 goals unanswered, would be very disappointing. They just need to hang on right now and not let Wildcard gain any more momentum. No more goals in this game.
No more goals is the cry, and well, I think time is on their side in that regards. 13 seconds. In fact, they're looking for one themselves. Laxon won't get the touch.
Yeah, just looking a little awkward for I'm Fine in the West right now. They just need to hang on a tiny bit longer, drop this ball down. Scrub does do so. But again, too little too late. Oh, good. Wildcard take this game.
Yeah, that was the classic, bug situation. Fly in. Wonderful. I love Queensland summer heat, even though it's winter. But yes, Fight in the West. Looking okay right now after they got 1 goal, but let's be real, Wildcard looking still that step above.
Oh, I don't blame you, Formal. Spent some time in Queensland myself and had to move away because of the size of the spiders you guys have up there. Dragged me all the way back down to Melbourne for exactly that reason. But we have a timeout. Wildcard just looking so dominant. I'm Fine in the West. I'm glad they've taken the timeout now and not waited one more. They needed this. But I gotta ask, if you're Wildcard, if you were coaching Wildcard, what are you talking about with them? Wildcard. If you're coaching I'm Fine in the West, what are you talking about with them right now, Paul?
I mean, again, it's all about rebuilding that confidence, right? So I'm taking that approach. I'm trying to talk the team up, trying to remind them, hey, you know what? We're still in this series. We still were able to take a game off these guys. We came out firing at the start. No reason we can't do that again. And again, play a little bit to the egos. Remind these players of who they are, what they've accomplished. It's all about getting that mental and the confidence back, because I feel like that's been lacking a bit, particularly at the start of game number 3, particularly when the team was unable to find a shot for the first half of it. So that's the angle I'm playing at. What about you, Morgie? Let's go on the other side. You're Wildcard. How do you keep momentum high?
Oh, I feel like a coach could go into a timeout, and of course Wildcard haven't called the timeout themselves, but Wildcard, Jimmo could come into this timeout and not say too much to his team right now. Just tell them to keep doing what they're doing. I feel like that there's not too much to say to them right now. When you're in the lead by so much, there's nothing you want to change. I guess they've got to be wary of I'm Fine in the West talking and changing their tactics up a little bit. Maybe they need to keep an eye on I'm Fine in the West kind of matching that aggressive play and looking for those demos and bumps on net. But right now, Wildcard are outplaying them. I don't think there's anything they should be changing.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I agree with you. They shouldn't be changing much, but it's all about, staying true to form, staying where you can get. Here we go, Scrub. Down! Oh, that double was close, but not where it needed to be. No goal off the kickoff.
No early goal. That could have been what they needed to have that confidence that you were talking about, Formal, to play that mental game, but not just yet. Rez gets bumped there in the air. Torsos looking to clear it out, but a 50 keeps it in I'm Fine in the West possession. These midfield 50s, though, are not allowing the ball to go in either one direction. Fever! Oh no, the challenge here from Fever, the backflip as well. You can see Fever 50s, Laxon backflips, Banana Head sees that, goes into the right corner, no challenger to jump to that one off Laxon's backflip, and Wildcard are up again with an early lead.
Yeah, something is just not clicking with I'm Fine in the West. Another kickoff nearly goes through. Doesn't quite hit its mark, but there's not much of a worse feeling, especially if, you took my approach with the pump up, play to the egos, let's get them hype again, give up a goal straight away. I mean, that's a little bit deflating. Still, I'm Fine in the West. You expect them to bounce back eventually, but would it be too little too late? Will it be tomorrow when they start looking to bounce back again? The loser of the series gets Scrims World, who came off a very tight Game 7 against Retired. That could be an opportunity to bounce back for either side, depending on how we go. But right now, it's not looking great for I'm Fine in the West.
I mean, in saying that as well, and I know we talked about it earlier, and you kind of said that the Swiss stage doesn't matter too much, but the last time Scrims World did match up with I'm Fine in the West was that Swiss stage where they swept I'm Fine in the West. So I don't know if I'd be too confident going into that one for I'm Fine in the West if they do lose this.
Yeah, that is very, very true. It's definitely leading to some interesting matches for sure. As we see Scrub gets a nice touch, but Torsos already there. And something that I'm noticing, when in the past, when teams were struggling to score against I'm Fine in the West, it was against more passive defenses. Torsos gets another goal right here. It wasn't against situations where a lot of the touches were coming in front of the midfield line. And I feel like by shortening the pitch on I'm Fine in the West is really caused their defense to struggle to stay behind the play after their first touch, because the second touch from Wildcard is always so fast to it. 2-0 lead right now. Wildcard, again, they're just scoring so much more frequently than anybody I've seen against I'm Fine in the West this split. This is a really good showing from them.
Oh, definitely. And it's individual errors from I'm Fine in the West as well. Laxon, that last goal, the half volley from Torsos, it was a great goal. It was a great angle. And it had a lot of pace on it. I think particularly credit to the Dominus on that one without much boost to be able to get that pace. But Laxon, again, kind of caught in net without boost, no momentum, was stagnant. Couldn't make enough of a save on that, particularly after the backflip we saw leading to the last goal from Wildcard. I think Laxon, maybe in particular, needs, maybe it could have used a bit of the time, or could have used some time in that time out to think about how he can, smooth out some of these errors he's making right now.
Yeah, look, Yummy said it best. Everybody is allowed one off day, and as long as you're not eliminated, you can find it. Scrub, though, not done yet. Gets a cheeky breakaway. It's the most common goal we see against Wildcard. The breakaway to the other side. Scrub there was ready and willing.
Yeah, definitely caught Wildcard's defense out of rotation there, or I guess caught them pace-wise back to that net, which is not something you see too often. I think something that Wildcard will be maybe a little bit more aware of going forward. The other team that when they make a mistake like that, something that could have been preventable, you see them adapt very quickly and make sure they're not going to do it twice.
Well, that's what I'd hope to see. Oh, Laxon, no! Doesn't get the pop-off goal that I really feel the Westies needed still. Orange side on the attack. Rez down. Another opportunity for Laxon. This time they go low. Banana Head doesn't bite. Scrub goes straight to the backboard. Torsos is there, keeps it in the corner. Fever doesn't get the beat they were looking for. Banana Head in trouble. Rez can't get the magic 50.
Definitely a lot of pressure for I'm Fine in the West right now. You can tell they want a goal. It doesn't sink from Rez, but good on Scrub for not turning away too quickly here. Gets that pass off very nicely as well. Rez goes a little too wide on the shot. Scrub finishes it off, and we've got an equalizer now for them.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting situation. I'm going to say something obvious, Morgie, but 2-2 is a lot different than 3-1 in terms of series score, especially when you are against Wildcard. If Wildcard wins this game, I feel like the series is done. However, if we do see I'm Fine in the West find this next goal, I'm not saying they've got it won, but it definitely keeps them a lot more in contention. This is must win for the team in orange. And they've got 1 minute in regulation. Maybe we need overtime. They just need that one more goal, I feel, to keep their hopes in this series within a reasonable place.
Oh, definitely. And I think kind of what contributes to that as well, or a factor to that could have been it to put them in the lead. Laxon coming out with so many shots right now. I feel like what is contributing to that is just kind of knowing Wildcard's history. You know, any team, if you're in unfine in the West position against any other team, you know, you kind of have that chat, you talk about that mental game, and you go, oh, no, we're going to bring it back. It doesn't matter if we're down, we're going to win the next game, and the next game, and then we're going to take down our opponents. But when you're against a team with Wildcard, who have the match history they do, who went undefeated for so long, it's a hard turnaround to talk yourself into.
Banana Head almost finds something crazy. Still, the pressure's on. Fever gets the bump, and Banana Head brings it home. What a patient play. Wildcard, take your flowers and take game 3.
Oh no, I feel for Scrub in that play. Didn't have much boost to work with. Jumped for that ball. Couldn't do anything else in that moment. Gets bumped midair. That is exactly what Wildcard do. We almost had an equalizer at the kickoff. That ball was going in. It was rolling. I don't know if they were going to make it there in time or not, but not enough time on the clock for it. Wildcard take this game.
Oh, and it's the team play that keeps Wildcard in it. Great stuff from them on that late goal. No timeouts remaining for Fine in the West. They've got to win 3 in a row and probably against a timeout as well if things go the way you would half expect it to. Morgie, this is a team coming off of a pretty sketchy regional by their standards. Game 7s, reverse sweeps, exciting, yeah. Not where they want to be, though. They want to win cleanly. Even the grand final got a little too close, I think, for Wildcard's comfort. This is much more the Wildcard they expect to be.
Oh, definitely. And I think after losing that first game to I'm Fine in the West, Wildcard have obviously, they've had a talk. They've locked their heads into this one. They're ready for it. And, you know, they went undefeated for so long for a reason. This is a very, very strong team. They've got that dynamic. They've been together for so long as well. They've got an incredible coach in Jimmer. They know what they need to work on. They know how to challenge different teams and adapt to different play styles, no matter who they're versing. And they've proven that after losing that first game. They've stayed in this series dominantly, and they want to end it now.
That they do. And again, a win here, well, I mean, considering the form that we've seen from some of these other teams throughout this regional, it would get them a goal against them. Rez off the kickoff. First goal, I'm Fine in the West. Okay.
Yeah, Fever losing this kickoff to the side there. Rez obviously read that very well. Great comms from I'm Fine in the West to know where that ball was going to go and try and kick it off into that position. But 3 seconds in, I'm Fine in the West with an early goal here. They just need, I was going to say, they need to hang on to it, but they need to do a whole lot more because Wildcard are just going to come out swinging now.
Yeah, the greatest challenge in Rocket League in OCE. Can you shut out Wildcard? I'm Fine in the West. They have to if they want to win this series. If not, they've got a match against Retired and then possibly a match against Power after that. Again, the winner of this matchup will wind up against either TSM or the Chiefs. That's going to be a crazy series for sure. I mean, already Sunday is setting up to be a super one. We just have 2 more matches to align to complete the picture. Right now, it was Wildcard looking in control. I'm Fine in the West. They got 1 goal back. A second goal would put them in a fantastic spot, and we are going to the blue side of the pitch.
That we are. Fever looking to center this one, gets the pass off to Banana Head. Banana Head calls out that he's got no boost. Fever looking for that double. Torsos with the follow-up, tries to clean it up, but the 50's going to take the ball back down the other end. Fever does get the boost though. Did overthink it.
He overthought it. He tried to cross him up when half the net was open. Ooh. Fever does not overthink it. That's a straight shot through. Tie ball game.
Bang from Fever on this one. Torsos, a beautiful pass upfield, centers that one to Fever. All he has to do is get a touch on that, and it's going into net. Wildcard come back with a goal of their own after that early one from I'm Fine in the West. It took an extra minute or so, but they've equalized this game. Fever's looking for another one, but it's caught in the midfield for now.
Caught in the midfield. Rez looks to push it forward. Fever tries to dive back, but Banana has the first one there. Now across. Here comes Torsos. No. Laxton denies. Fever stays behind it. And just in, or is it? Scrub on the goal line makes the save.
Great last second save on that one from Scrub. Torsos isn't going to let the pressure off though. So we're going back down the other way. Fever again seeming to play that third man position really well, as he always does. But a pinch here. How fast was that ball? 128 k's an hour off this pinch. Fever and Laxon. Fever ultimately kind of credited technically for an assist for that one, but Laxon pinches it, and I'm Fine in the West have the lead.
That was a clean pinch, and we needed that pop-off goal from Laxon. Was due for one. Comes at a key time, but here comes Torsos. Back wall down, caught by Scrub. As we do look to play it around the corner. And now it starts to come back. Banana Head gets in the way. Rez tries to commit, but can't go too much further. That's just a shot. Not in, though. Torsos takes the save, but they can't get it past midfield because Laxon's already denied.
You know what's interesting to me, Paul? I completely blanked on mentioning before as we ended the last game, but I'm finding the West actually had more shots on the board last game. They had 12 to Wildcard's 10, so it just feels like Wildcard have that extra 1% at the moment. I'm finding the West maybe setting up their shots 99% of the time, but Wildcard are able to finish them, although it seems like the tides have changed in this game. Wildcard, although they've got the pressure on, I'm finding the West are staying alive in defense.
That they are, and it's a good sign. Again, I'm finding the West defense, I think, was most impressive in the earlier stages. Holding, though, for another 2 minutes would be a difficult ask. Holding 2 goals, though, in 2 minutes would be nicer. That's going to go in. Thank you, Laxon. 3-1 lead. Finding the West look poised for Game 6.
Pendulum swing in a series is not something we're not used to seeing. It does happen, as we've seen tonight with some of the other series we've had so far. But a pendulum swing against Wildcard, that one I haven't seen too often before. I'm finding the West taking control of this game right now.
Yeah, just a delayed timeout buff. Banana Head's not in, Fever is, and Morgie. This game's not over yet. There's still plenty of time, especially with Wildcard now 1 goal away.
Definitely Wildcard. I guess the one thing you can say about them is they don't like to lose, and they have proven that with their track record of games in the past. I'm finding the West being in the lead. It's obviously frustrating them. They don't want to lose this series. They don't want to lose this game. They want to end it in this last one here, but they're a goal down still. They have to fight back a little more.
That they do, especially on their own defensive side. Scrub. Slow reset. Banana Head underneath. No boost. Makes a save, but he needs help. Where's the help? One defender in net. No boost. The defense does not make.
Scrub did very, very well there with the, I guess, little momentum he had going into that. Got the reset. Had not a whole lot of boost to work with. Neither did Banana Head, though. The 50 was in a great spot. Laxon obviously there to follow up. Very good team play out of I'm Finding the West.
Yeah, it was very well done indeed, and unfortunately for Wildcard, well, it wasn't in the cards, at least not in Game 5. It should be looking like a win for I'm Finding the West. 2 goals, though, 1 minute. It's been done before. As we head to the middle of the field, Fever can't find contact. Rez bringing it back the other way. A reset. A second touch. Nope. Instead, it's Laxon who posts it in, and Morgie, I think we're going to Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, I think that is it for Wildcard this game. I don't think it in terms of goals. I wouldn't be surprised if we have 1 or 2 more out of either side with 56 seconds still left on the clock. But I don't think Wildcard is scoring 3 to equalize this one. Not with how I'm Finding the West is playing. Not with how Laxon is playing. Definitely has stepped it up after a few unforced errors and mistakes early in this series.
We got to be seeing the timeout, I think.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing the timeout from Wildcard. Shut it down before things get a bit too crazy, because I'm Finding the West. They are back to the form I think a lot of people may have been hoping to see them in. As Banana Head can't quite pinch it down. Rez tries to stay behind the play, and will take it back to the blue side. Under 30 seconds to go, though. Another demo, a shot not in. Either way, this one's done. And all right, we'll see what Wildcard can do.
We will 3-2 will be the series score after the end of this game. Once that ball touches down, Wildcard still in the lead. I'm finding the West still having to absolutely fight for their lives in this series. Wildcard just have to win one game to put this series away and make it through to tomorrow in a better position. Either way, both teams are making it through to tomorrow, but it all depends on seeding. It all comes down to who makes it further. And Wildcard want to end this one in the next game, but Neo Tokyo, here we come.
Yeah, I mean, and then we were kind of talking about this at the start of the show, Morgie, before you arrived. When it was just Yummy and I, as Wildcard is taking their time out. Yummy brought up the fact that, like, finding the West, I mean, maybe you can look at it as them being punished, that they have to go up against the #1 team after beating the Chiefs. Great reward, right? But at that same token, here's another angle to look at it. No matter which way this series goes, finding the West would not have to play Wildcard again until the final. And looking at the form of some of these other teams, okay, Power actually does look threatening. So I don't want to discredit Power right now. More reason why, you probably want to, maybe win this one, and you could be avoiding Power perhaps in the future, right? That would be ideal. Putting, Wildcard in sort of that opposite side on the same side as Power would be kind of crazy. Of course, then you get either TSM or Chiefs, but the point is they avoid Wildcard until what would be the grand final. And in a region with only 2 spots go through and you're vying for those top 2 spots, by beating the Chiefs before, they put themselves in the best position to get to that finals, win or lose this series. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right, no, I get you. But yeah, I guess the moral of it is avoid Wildcard as much as possible for as long as possible.
we are learning here, as we are learning here, which would mean going into tomorrow, that means finding the West and Power. What are those two teams likely would make it to the finals? Or we get the scrims run. Who knows? We've seen them do it before, right? So it could be very crazy. That's, of course, if we see the timeout buff work in effect and Wildcard takes game 6, which, knowing Jimma and knowing the past and knowing this team, is a likely scenario.
Yeah, definitely. Calling the timeout was the smart move there rather than waiting for it to go to game 7 again. With a coach like Jimmo, I'd argue one of the best coaches in the region, has been for quite a long time. Would expect him to make those kind of smart calls and would expect Wildcard to come back in this game. I want to say, I'm hesitant to say it's going to go to game 7. I think Wildcard may end it here. They're definitely going to try to. But I'm finding the West do have that momentum from the last game, so it could be tricky.
I think it will be tricky for sure. I just trust the Jim and timeout buff. Historically, it has not let Wildcard down. We'll see if that's going to be the case one more time. Scrub. Trying to find Laxon, doesn't quite find it. Instead, it's going to be Torsauce now. Midfield wants to stay on the play as Fever's the one who commits with 0 boost. Follow up with Torsauce, also 0 boost. We don't really get a powerful touch. Boost required. Still, it is going to come back to the blue side.
Laxon can't do too much with that one. A little too heavy on the first touch without boost to follow it. But not ahead on this side. Ball Scrub does get the clear, although Torsauce is there ready for that one as well. Seems like Wildcard are just doing a fantastic job of smothering Unfun in the West right now. Whenever they come upfield, Unfun in the West need to be a little bit more aware of each other. I feel like Laxon comes in for that shot there, but Wildcard gets away with the save.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen the big pass plays come out, but do you need them? Scrub spiking it down with authority.
Scrub only needs to do it himself here. It seems like, Wildcard Fever just unsure of Scrub being up in the air. Maybe read that a little too late. Didn't see him jump for that one. Thought he had more time. Scrub, obviously, with a lot of pace on that. The perfect angle. Spikes that down into net. I'm finding the West up early in this game.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a champ field angle once again. I mean, it's not like Wildcard hasn't been throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them. Granted, you did call it out before, the shot count lower than normal, but the shots have been threatening. The defense has been there. This time, it is go through. Banana Head, who else finds the equalizer?
Really unfortunate here. Laxon goes to jump for that one, does the half flip instead, tries to make it back in time, realizing he was pushed up a little bit far as third man, but not quickly enough to make it for that save, and Wildcard have equalized it.
That they have a good equalizing moment, and If they get that go-ahead goal, I do think it's a lot tougher for the West East to then kind of bring it back. We'll see. I just feel like for so long there's been a dam about to burst this fight in the West, but that's how it felt against the Chiefs as well. As that shot doesn't go in, neither does Scrub. Torsos, another clutch save.
Oh, it's tricky for I'm finding the West here for me, because to me, you mentioned it before, and Yummy kind of nailed it on the head there, saying each player, you can have your bad days. Just one, it happens, but it feels like Laxon is right on and off at the moment. He's had some really, really clutch moments, some really great saves, and essentially has kind of won some of these games for Unfine in the West, but has also made some errors that have been super unfortunate and have led to Wildcard's goals.
I think that's a good way of looking at it, and if Laxon can lock in this last half of the game, I mean, you can see the bumps, the pressures. Wildcard knows the threat that Laxon can pose, the threat that anyone on Fight in the West can pose, and that's why they've been getting more and more physical with it. Plus, that's the Wildcard playstyle, but still, Fight in the West is doing a good job so far in avoiding the bump game here in Game 6. Torsos, that second touch was good. Laxon's clear better. Rez already forward, but doesn't have the speed to outpace Banana.
Yeah, Banana Head gets that EU on the backboard. Scrub trying to keep possession here. Laxon also manages to do so, but the Demo and Scrub taking one of Unfun in the West players out of the play there allows Wildcard to reverse this one and take it back down the other way. Banana Head, Torsos just finding each other very well right now, putting this pressure on, but Laxon's going to manage to clear it out.
And might find Rez on the clear back to the other side. They do connect. Banana Head puts up a lobber. Scrub doesn't like their chance, but there's no one to play midfield. A lot of space lost, yet Wildcard didn't really know what to do with it, so ball gets jammed up. Laxon no one to demo. Torsos already going the other way. Not on target. Defense is there.
Laxon gets a bang on that one as well, but Torsos is there to read it again. Rez in the corner, goes for the bump, does make contact with Fever, also gets bumped by Laxon. Maybe one too many bumps in that moment, loses possession to Wildcard again. Torsos finds Fever there, takes the shot, but Laxon's ready for the save.
Banana Head has a chance. Goes straight into Rez, can't do too much after that. Laxon plays the corridor, Torsos gets underneath, it's bumpy, it's rocky. Eventually they come through. Now here comes Fever with boost, with the reset. Does they get the bump on Rez? Do they need it? No, because Banana Head with the go-ahead here in Game 6.
No solo plays needed here. Fever, a massive pop off that reset, right to Banana Head on that very left-hand side of the goal, who reads it perfectly. Defense couldn't read that one as well. Wildcard are now up by a goal, 1 goal buffer. All they have to do is hang on to it.
All they need to do is hang on for 35 seconds, and it could be an easy task, but Laxon and co have done crazy things in the past before. 30 seconds on their own side, clearing touch. It looks like Laxon's already there, but can't get to the ball. Rez in the corner, doesn't find it either. Here comes Scrub, backboard, denied by Fever.
Scrub and Rez also needing to lock in a little bit here, but it doesn't matter. No one back in defense. An open net for Banana Head. All he has to do is make sure he shoots on target there. Didn't even need any boost on that one either for the pace. That ball goes in. Wildcard are up by 2. We need a kickoff goal from I'm Fine in the West here, and then another just to equalize it. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's not looking likely.
I think that one probably has sealed the deal, or did it? Banana Head making sure no double touches here today. Wildcard, one last pinch. Torsos making it 4-1. That was disgusting.
Just a little bit of icing on the cake here. What a pinch off that roof from Torsos. The speed it delivered as well into that net, perfectly on target. That was wild. That, honestly, what do we expect from Wildcard?
What else do we expect from Big T than to put the dot in T, or whatever the lawyer term is? Laxon gets his 0-second goal as well. This game's done. Wildcard continues their dominant performance. They're going on to the semifinals to play either TSM or the Healthy Chiefs.
Insane series out of both of these sides. Wildcard, I guess, as as expected, have run away with this series. I think they were the favourites going into this, but I'm Fine in the West have taken 2 games off them. Almost looked like we were going to go to Champions Field as well, so that in itself is a feat.
But look, I came into this series only saying one sentence. Wildcard today, I'm fine in the West tomorrow. So Yummy Cheese Man, having watched that series, did I'm fine in the West make you a believer that maybe they can make that run and get that rematch tomorrow in that grand final match?
I think they could make the grand final for sure. You know, they've shown with the results in not just this event, but the last event, that they can take down some of the top dogs. They need to be able to string that together. And they're looking good, but they have to do it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them tomorrow because they have to at least make the grand final, I feel like, in order to make the major. And that might be a tough battle considering they have to go through Power in the lower bracket, and Power obviously looked very good today. So that's going to be the big question. Well, obviously they've beat. I'm assuming they're beating Scrims World. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting assumption. More as we did see. I know the Swiss stage doesn't count, but last time they played, Scrims did win in that stage. Also, Morgie, the other side, TSM taking on Healthy Chiefs. Whoever loses that, especially if it's TSM, they're pretty much out of the major hunt as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that'll be really telltale, that series tomorrow. Tomorrow, there's so much pressure on tomorrow. It's so exciting to see. But I think both TSM and Chiefs have had their trip-ups lately. So, you know, it depends if they can go next on those kind of mistakes they've made recently, lock in on kind of adapting better to be able to go into tomorrow. But if both teams are playing at their best, I think that'll be a really interesting series.
If you guys did come from France and watch just the end of RLCS today, then here are your matches that we saw. Different to last week where we only had 4-0s and 4-3s. We actually got the entire gamut of scores today, 0-4 all the way through to 4-3. So a little bit different for us here in OCE. But as we've said, that match down there, Healthy Chiefs versus TSM, is going to be incredibly important and could decide the fate, well, will pretty much decide the fate of one of those 2 teams. A wild card is not going to be any easier. And up the other side, Power have their opportunity right now to leapfrog or at least join Healthy Chiefs if they could make it into that grand final.
To mention the redemption for I'm Fine in the West as well. Scrims World, I mean, that org has a history of doing crazy things in regionals. You never know where that one could go. So I don't know, Borgie. You're not going to be here tomorrow, unfortunately. So I want to hear your predictions now while we still have you. Who you got?
In the grand final?
Whole thing, yeah.
I think it's the grand final in particular, I think it's gonna be a wildcard Power grand final. I think seeing what we've seen tonight, it's hard to deny that Power are one of those top rosters. Wildcard just as dominant as usual. Although I think it's more interesting and it's harder to call than we've had in the past, than we had, I was going to say last, like in the Birmingham Major, or even going back even further last year. That wildcard roster, ex-Power roster, was so dominant for so long. But I feel like at this point, you've got teams like I'm Fine in the West taking a couple of games off them, almost taking them to Champions Field. You've got TSM on their good days being such an incredible roster. The Chiefs as well, Power, I'm Fine in the West. They're all great teams when they play at their best, but we're seeing a lot of mistakes made out of these rosters at the moment, so it could go either way. But I do think looking at the table for tomorrow, I think it is going to be Power wildcard.
And do Power win the grand final?
Oh, stop it. I don't know.
What do you mean, stop it?
No. I think wildcard take it. I think
what?
That. I think
she's trying to counter her earlier bias.
Well, I'm also no. I think Yummy. I think she realizes how good tomorrow is, so she picks wild card, loses her job at Power, and then all of a sudden she's free again here to watch the grand final.
Yeah. Good strategy, Morgie, and I think that's going to be a good strategy for all of you guys at home. Thank you, everyone who came and watched. Everyone except for Jaden, of course. It's been a fantastic night, and we're going to see you all tomorrow, same time, starting at 5 p.m. This is going to be probably the most important day of this split to decide who's going to be making the major, so do not miss it.
house. Keep the